Hello again. Welcome back to Hangar 51. So it's another Thursday night, a little bit chilly night here in Florida, and I do have my sweatshirt. Let me put it on. All right, Ethan RC. Holy crap, dude! You are on the draw. Brian Chambers. Welcome, guys. Awesome. Good to see you there. So it's not very cold yet tonight, but it's going to get there. And I'm going to put my sweater on now. We heard the lizards are falling. What does that mean? You'll have to explain, Brian. I don't know what that means. Paul, welcome. Good to see you. Thompson's Hangar. Good to see you, man. Michael Raja, welcome to the room. So just to let you guys know, I had to work Tuesday night, and when I got out of work and checked the temperature, it was 28 degrees. That was Tuesday night. It was 28 degrees here. It's currently about 60, I think. But it's falling fast. It'll probably go down to at least 50 tonight. I'm guessing. So, falling out of trees. Oh, yeah? I hadn't heard that. They're running around here just fine. I don't, I haven't seen anybody dying or anything, They're still running around on the prowl. Yeah, currently 62 in Spring Hill right now. So, yeah, the temperature's going down, but it was 28 Tuesday. So, that was pretty cold. Skyblazer, welcome. So yeah, that was hey, Mr. Hanger. 33 in Minnesota. Well, there you go. And snowing. Yeah. Yeah, this is January, it's typical for it to fall into the 20s in January. So this is more traditional weather. Yeah, I got the heater. I haven't turned it on yet, but it's sitting right here. I don't need it yet. I'm not cold. I'm just putting the sweater on because I know I'm going to need it. It's going to get cold. The temperatures are falling pretty fast. So, yeah, by the time this stream's over, it'll have dropped probably 12 to 15 degrees. So it'll be in the high 40s, low 50s by the time we're done. Eric, welcome to the room. How you doing, buddy? So, yeah, the HobbyKing made the Bixler 2. There's even a Bixler 3 that I think they just call it the Bix, B-I-X, I think, or some kind of derivative of Bix something. That was number 3. And for you guys that don't know the history behind that, that was Josh Bixler, who's the owner of Flight Test, was in pretty close with HobbyKing back in the day. They've dissolved that relationship amicably, however you say that. No hard feelings or anything, but yeah, he's no longer connected directly to HobbyKing like he was. TNRC pilot, Randy, good to see you. I don't know this one. On Approach, RC. Welcome. I don't think you've been here before. If you have, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. I don't recognize the name. So, good to see you. Glad you're here. Welcome. How'd you hear about the show? Who else is here? Dakin, what's up, buddy? So, Hello from Tennessee, or hello for Tennessee. I think that was probably supposed to be from. So, anyway. Mr. Spencer, what's up? Kevin, welcome. Good to see you. God, we have 14 in the room already. Awesome. 14 in the room, 4 likes. That's awesome, guys. Welcome. Glad you're here. Farmer Man, what's up? So what I have on the table here is this is a plane from HobbyKing, you know, my favorite place. This is one of, you know, my favorite planes from my favorite place. Yeah, it's a very, I agree, Kevin. That's why I bought 2 of them. This was an Avios. It's only a 1200 millimeter, but it's a 6S. And it's not very fast. So why they went with, it's not heavy. You know, it probably weighs 3.5, 4 pounds maybe, somewhere around there. So about 5 pounds flying weight with the battery in it. Not real heavy. You know, 6S pack. Not real fast. Not for being 6S. It's only 1200 millimeter. It only has wingtip nav lights. That's all the lights that are on it. Just wingtip nav lights. No beacons or anything. No landing lights. It has, I don't have it on, but there's a pitot tube here. Retracts with working inner retract doors. In other words, they're servo driven. They open, gear comes down, locks in place, doors close. It's you know, pretty nice there. Both of them did the exact same thing on the maiden. On takeoff roll, both tail wheels snapped off. So if you look here, you'll see there's no tail wheel on it. And that's because it, like I said, on takeoff roll, they snap right off, right at the pivot point. So I fixed the first one. I haven't gotten around to fixing this one. I got the wheel. It was laying on the runway. So what I did on the last one is I drilled a hole through the middle of it, through the middle of the other piece, put a carbon fiber tube to connect it back together and epoxied it back together. And that worked fine on the other one. It'll work fine on this one. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. I doubt there's even a receiver in this plane anymore. I think it's been pretty much shelved. Oh no, there is a receiver in it. Oh, good. That'll be coming out. I'll take that out and put it in something else I'm going to fly, because I'm not flying this. It's not a bad flyer, guys. That's really not the issue. My issue is it's a beautiful airplane. If I crash it, I can't replace it because HobbyKing doesn't support it. They didn't. 6 months after they came out with this plane, they stopped supporting it, so you can't get parts for it or anything. So I'm missing a couple of comments here. Jeff, welcome. Just stopped in, huh? Well, stay as long as you can, Jeff. And make sure you say goodbye on the way out. Let's see. Oh, on approach, you've been watching for a while. You decided to actually say something tonight. Well, good. I'm glad you're feeling a little more comfortable, you know? We love having you here, so don't be shy. If you got questions, ask them. Got a lot of talented guys in this room. They could definitely help. I see Channel 6 is here. Welcome, buddy. That's Ethan RC's. They're the Bruto duo. What do I call these guys? Partners in crime. Farmer Man, you got to go to work early in the morning? Okay, so, well, you're not working all night then, so that's good. So, yeah, no, this is not a custom paint job. This is the paint job that came on it. Um, it's actually a Sea Fury is what this is. And this was, again, a Reno racer. This is one of the planes that they race in Reno. I don't believe they're still racing this plane. There's another one similar to this. It's another Sea Fury called what the hell's the name of it? Critical Mass. And the owner of Critical Mass has converted it back to a stock Sea Fury. He's undone all the hot rod, like these wingtips are shaved and stuff like that, and he's done away with all of that to turn it back into just a Sea Fury, a historic World War II Sea Fury. So if you guys that aren't familiar with this plane, mostly carrier based. It's got folding wings, just like the Corsair. They fold at this right about here at this joint. The wings fold up, if we're on a carrier deck, and huge engine in it, big radial, very fast airplane back in the wartime. This was one of the fastest fighter planes out there. Man, this thing was a rocket ship. Unfortunately, HobbyKing's version of it is not. Even though it's 6S, it is not very fast. Can you use foam tack to put hinges on ailerons? I don't recommend it. Yeah, you probably can, but anything that I want to stay in an airplane permanently, which normally you want your aileron hinges to stay in permanently, I use epoxy. CA and foam tack are good, but I haven't had either of those stay permanent. I've CA'd some hinges in before. They come out after time. It gets brittle. The CA gets brittle and breaks. The foam tack, especially in hot weather, gets soft and under load will just release. It'll pull out. So I tend to use epoxy on anything that I want to stay permanently. So if I'm gluing on parts, for instance, like on that P40, when I was gluing the tail surfaces on, since these tail surfaces are replaceable, I put them on with foam tack, basically. What's the word I'm looking for? Can't think of it. That kind of glue, foam tack glue. It's somebody tell me what it is. I'm drawing a blank, but yeah, it's you can, if you pull hard enough, you can pull it back off without destroying the foam, so that you can clean off the residue and then glue it again. So if I needed to replace the tail feathers, back then these were replaceable. Of course, they're not supported anymore. You could pull old ones off, put new ones on, and you're good to go again. So that's how I do it. I use epoxy most of the time. And anything I'm going to do when I'm building a plane and it's permanent, like repairing a broken fuselage, I use epoxy for that. I don't use foam tack. I want it to be a permanent fix. I'll usually put the bamboo skewers in it, epoxy it all back together, so that it's basically returned to the foam construction that was permanent out of the mold. Didn't come apart in those places. So I glue it back together like it's not coming apart again. I don't want it to come back apart. And then on stuff that I do want to come apart, like tail feathers and stuff, then I'll use the foam tack type glue. So yeah, I wouldn't put hinges in with foam tack. That wouldn't be my first. It'll work, but depending on conditions, they may pull out. On a hot day, especially in a hot car, they'll get soft, and then if you take off in a hurry or something, they could pull loose actually and come out of the wing. So that wouldn't be my first choice. Well, what kind of hinges came in? Were they foam hinges, Paul? I like to use, if it's a foam hinge or something similar to that, um, I rarely ever put a foam hinge back together with glue. I always put a hinge on it. And I use the Dubro, the flat nylon with the pin, the steel pin in it. It's usually three interlacing and hinges through the pin. And you got two big flat surfaces with like 6 holes for glue to go through the holes to really bite in. That's what I always fix a foam hinge with, is one of those. Almost always, most of the time. That's a foam hinge repair for me, is what I do. And I've done it on many airplanes. This one I haven't been flown very much, and these are all foam hinges, but they're all intact, so I haven't had to fix these. But that's how I fix them. I get the Dubro hinges, and take a razor blade and slit the foam, and epoxy them in. And I do one side at a time. Get I usually put the 2 or 3 in the wing surface or the elevator surface, the stab part first, let those set up, then cut my corresponding holes in the actual aileron or the elevator or rudder, and make sure they line up, test fit it 3 or 4 times to make sure everything's aligned, and then I'll take a toothpick and wick in some glue. And most of the time, unless I'm in a hurry, I'll use 30-minute epoxy, because it gives you time to work with it. You're not in a hurry. You have time to wick it down inside, make sure it gets down in the slots. I always make sure I fill the holes in the nylon. Make sure you have a skim of glue in the hole. Okay? And I do that to make sure that when I slide it into the rest of the glue, that there's glue connecting through the holes to the glue on the top and bottom as I slide it in. So when it hardens, you actually have glue going through those holes to make sure it stays in. So I've never had one pull out. I've ripped the entire, part of that wing off before, but I've never had one of the hinges pull out. A sudden burst of gravity. Sorry, I'm a little behind, guys, because I've been scrolling up and down trying to, when I start talking to you guys and I'm in my thought, I can't read and think at the same time. So the scroll's rolling and I'm not reading because I'm talking, and then I have to go back and read. So I'm not good at reading and talking at the same time. So, and I just got Paul's a sudden burst of gravity. That was funny. Yeah, so if they're foam hinges, get some Dubro hinges. Just put your slots in the foam. I usually take a piece of sandpaper on a block and sand off all the little, ripples in the foam where usually doesn't tear off, smooth. And just smooth both surfaces out so that they're nice and straight, and then just cut the foam for Dubro hinges. That's how I fix all my foam planes. I've had plenty of foam planes where the foam hinge is torn for whatever reason. Because I botched the landing, because I had a burst of gravity, because they wore out. Most of the time, my damage is hanger rash. I bang it into the doorway, or I bang it into a ceiling fan, something like that is most of the time where most of my damage comes from. Very rarely do I have any problem flying the plane. It's just getting it in and out of my car or in and out of the house is where all my damage comes from, almost all. You need these tips next time you land in a tree. Hey, heads up! Don't land in the tree! That solves that problem. Yeah, I've done it before. You know, using foam tack or the same thing, contact cement. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, I've used contact before to put a hinge back together, and it works, but generally speaking, because I keep my airplane so long, it doesn't last permanently. At some point, the repaired glue joint's going to fail, and I'm going to have to fix it again. And I really hate fixing something twice. That just drives me crazy when I have to fix something twice. So that's why I use the epoxy for permanent fixes, because I never have to redo an epoxy fix. It's done. So, but yeah, foam tack will definitely work. Now this plane it's 6-channel. It has flaps, split flaps, and actually two sections of flaps. Okay, so there's a section here, and then there's a section here. Okay, so there's two big sections driven off one servo, dual arms coming off. It's a plastic flap, you know, just a solid piece of plastic. It's a split flap, so they just come out of the bottom of the foam wing, and the wing stays there. And then here are the inner doors that sequence open. These open inward, just like a Mustang. Then the gear goes up, and then they close. Wheels are too small. They're only like maybe 2-inch. You know, 1.75 2 inch maybe. So they're too small, really. They work okay, but not great in the grass. You know, it's a typical HobbyKing for me type thing. Like I said, the tail wheels broke off. I had to replace. I don't think I had to replace any servos in this one. I had all kinds of issues with the first one. Gear doors. I had to replace one of the gear door servos. This piece here, the outer door that's screwed to the mount, is screwed in like a half a turn. Like 1.5 threads maybe is all that's holding it to the landing gear. So it's stripped out immediately, and I had to redo that. I ended up using tie wraps to hold it on because I couldn't, you know, there wasn't any place. And see, this one's loose, which is a typical, you know, this whole thing's about to fall off. So, yeah, this is the quality I expect from HobbyKing. You know, no surprise. So I don't buy their products anymore. I'm just over it. They don't support it. Like I said, it wasn't 6 months after they released this plane that they stopped supporting it. Couldn't get parts for it. So I bought a second one, you know, because I figured I'm going to need parts. And then when I sold the first one, I decided to retire this one. Not 100% retired. I'll take it out and fly it one day, but it's not my everyday go-get flyer. It doesn't fly. It's not a bad flyer, but at the same time, it's not a great flyer. It tends to tip stall pretty bad. You can't slow this one down too much. It'll just tip stall bad. So you gotta really fly this one to the ground. You gotta stay on the power. It flies very similar to my AT6 Texan. Okay, they fly great when they're flying, but boy, they stop flying easy. And when they stop flying, they just drop a wing. So this one behaves very much like my AT6. So it's not the most comfortable flying plane, but it's pretty. It's damn pretty. I got to tell you, that's why I bought it. It was definitely pretty. Let me show you what the top of the wing looks like. Yeah, it's pretty. Nope, wrong way. Let's go this way. For some reason, they didn't put the 99 on the top of the wing. It's only on the bottom of the wing, which is not normal for a pylon racer. It should have the numbers on the lower wing, on the left wing. And right side up would be, the top of it would be toward the fuselage, so that when it's in a left bank, the numbers are right side up, which is what, I think it was either Fred or George Watts, one of the two caught that on my number 5 Voodoo, where the number was upside down. So they didn't bother to put the number on this. So But yeah, I just thought I'd show it to you. I like there's another one of my planes in the hangar, and this one's still ready to fly. The receiver's still in this one. I thought I had taken it out, but apparently I hadn't. And it has a Spectrum receiver in it, a real Spectrum, not an orange, not a lemon, not a. It's a real. It's not a. It's an AR 710, 7010, AR 7010, possibly. I just guess that's a DSMX is what they're talking with the X. So it's an AR 7010 Spectrum receiver. 7-channel, I believe. Maybe 6. What do we got here? I think one of these has telemetry in it. It's a satellite receiver, so it's got the little satellite and the main receiver and the satellite receiver. So yeah, I'll probably pull that out of there and put it in something else that I'm flying currently. So, yep. Yes, I do buy HobbyKing, or did. Yes, I still fly Spectrum. It's not my first choice, but I still fly it. Lemons are real too. Yes, that's true. You're showing me a lemon though, like lemons on trees are real. Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, so anyway, I see a few more guys. Deuce is wild in the room. Good to see you here, buddy. Who else jumped on? Jeff from LA, Lower Alabama. I know you have to clarify that because LA, everybody thinks California. So that's funny though. Who else did I miss? Anybody else jump in the room? Yeah, Jeff, but you don't live in. I'm backing up on the. I'm reading back, and yeah, Jeff, you don't live in Florida. You know, if you put an airplane like, for instance, a flight test airplane, together with hot glue or foam tack, and leave it in your car, it'll fall apart because the car gets way over 140 degrees, and with that kind of heat intense for hours, this stuff comes apart. It just doesn't hold. So, you know, things down here get really hot in the summertime. So that's why when I was building flight test planes, and I still build them, I use hot glue to a point, but I reinforce it with either epoxy or something more permanent. Usually epoxy. So what does that mean? What it means is I mix up, like if I'm gluing a wing and I have to fold it over like they do on those, and then they put a stream of hot glue on the spar and on the tail, and then they roll the top foam over and they push it down and they hold it till the hot glue sets up. I do the same thing, but what I do is I leave gaps. I put epoxy, like 30-minute epoxy, down the spar, and I'll leave a spot at the end, in the middle, and on the other end, and the rest of it's got epoxy on it. And I do the same thing on the tail. And then when I'm ready to actually form it, I'll take hot glue and I'll put it in those 3 little spots to hold it, and then I bend it over, hold it down, and let the hot glue hold up, and it sets, and then it's good. And then the 30-minute epoxy is going to set up, making it permanent. So I use the hot glue to build it, to hold it, but the main glue is the epoxy. And that's the only way you can build it down here if you want it to stay together. And, you know, they don't care because they are building their planes at flight tests. And I'm not knocking them, I'm just telling you. They don't build their stuff to keep forever. They build it to go out and, you know, bash it and break it because they've only got $1 worth of foam board invested in it, and then build it again. And I'm building it to keep it. You know, I'm building it to survive and last and stay around a while, and they're not. So yeah, if you're building a plane for 1 or 2 flights, go out and do a combat with it or whatever. Yeah, just put it together with the hot glue and go have fun. But I tend to build them to stay, and if you want it to stay around, you can't use that kind of glue. You got to use something more permanent. So that's what I do, And I've built quite a few flight test kits. Actually, I've never bought a kit. I get the plans and scratch build everything. And then I built using their techniques. I've got a B-25 bomber I'm still working on that I used all their building techniques to build. And it's probably a 1,600 millimeter wingspan, I'd say, somewhere around there. So it's bigger. Couple pieces of foam board. I was making engine cowls out of, and I think I have them right here as a matter of fact. So, if I could find, here, hey, let's use Bledsoe's knife that I got. What a time to use the knife. Got my new cutting board, my little cutting board, and my Bledsoe knife. Alright, so here's what I was using. Polar cup. Now, I know you've all seen these. Styrofoam cup, right? So, you just cut it somewhere around here. And, of course, you're going to do a better job of, making it square and everything. And then you cut it around right about here. And then we're going to shave it off a little bit. Get it back down to where it needs to be. And you may have noticed that there's a black circle on the middle of my board here, right here. And that circle is actually sandpaper. It's a sanding disc for on a DA sander type thing. And I use it for doing stuff like this. So let's just set this up out of the way for a second. And I'm just sanding this a little bit. So you get the drift anyway. And there you are. Engine cowl. Mix it. It's got the nice rounded front. It tapers back. You can even split it, open it up, for cowl flaps. But yeah, that's what I was using. 2 of these for my engine cowls on my B-25, my flight test version of a B-25. Yeah, and this is exactly what the kind of work they want you to do. This is, make everything out of easy available, cheap, barbecue skewers, popsicle sticks, no high dollar carbon fiber or anything in their planes. They want you to build it out of materials around the house. So this is a free cup you get when you buy a Polar Pop, and you turn it into an engine cowl that easy. And it makes a nice looking engine cowl. I got to tell you, you know, the way that it rolls right there on that part of the cup, it's a nice roll on the shoulder there. So let me see if I can get it, I guess against my black part of my shirt, right, like right there, kind of shows it up pretty good. So yeah, so that makes a nice engine cowl. So that's you know, some of my flight test stuff. I got the files from the website to my PC, just can't get it from to the sim. What sim? Deuces, what are we talking about? Sim. To a simulator or to a SIM card to go have it printed? Not sure what you're saying. You know, their files are designed, I guess they're doing them two ways. And they have one way where it prints on regular size paper, and they have alignment marks so that you can easily align all the pages together and tape them together and make one big sheet. Or you can take it to the, like, oh, what's one of those places that does printing? Instaprint, I guess, maybe. Place like that. You can take them the SIM card and have them print it. I've never done that. That's too expensive. I just use regular regular printer paper and tape it all together and then cut them out. You know, just make sure I tape them on both sides where the overlaps are. Tape it here on this side and here on the other side, and then cut it out. And then I transfer it to the phone. So I just do it old school. All right, let me scroll back up. Yeah, Jeff, we all know Alabama's a state. I wasn't trying to. I like Alabama, though. Not trying to, belittle it or anything. I just was making a joke that, when you had to specify, because when everybody reads L.A., the first thing everybody thinks is Los Angeles, when you see L.A., especially when it's in caps the way you've got it. So, but anyway, yeah. Let's see what else I'm missing here. Yeah, Jeff, 90 degrees, nothing. We get 100 degrees here. And in a car, my car's been over 104. I've got a thermometer in my car. My car, when I get out there after being at work all day, has been over 140 degrees. It's hit 160 degrees inside the car. And if I happen to leave an airplane in there while I'm at work, which I really try not to do, it messes them up. I've had several planes get screwed up. I had one of my. I bought that FMS. I bought two of them. That real pretty Red Bull plane I had on the table here one night, and I left that plane in my car in that hot condition, and I left it in there a week. Because I was going to the field next week to fly it again. And I've left planes in the car before. I had my 150, the Cessna 150, the giant one, the Carbon Z. I never take it out of the car. It's always in the car. But that one didn't like the heat. And the fuselage came unglued, the halves. It literally fell apart. It came apart. And it was glued together at the factory with contact cement. You know, I don't know if it was foam tack, what brand it was, but it was contact cement, and it came apart. So it's over there in my rack, banana open. It looks like a key slot for a card. You know, where you would take your credit card and slide it through the crack. The whole top of the fuselage just opened up. So yeah, I gotta re-glue that thing and put it all back together and find a way to hold it in place while the glue's drying. And so yeah, I screwed that one up just leaving it in the car. So yeah, it's you know, down here in Florida, it's planes just you can't leave. And I think it was honestly, I think it's because it's blue, and I think it must have been in the sun. It must have been at some point during the day the sun got through the windows enough to overheat the blue foam got hot, and on top of the car being 160 degrees inside, and the fuselage came unglued. So it's kind of a mess. Luckily, I have a second one, so I haven't screwed with fixing the first one because I fly the second one. But you know, but it's at least I still have it and I can fix it. Just haven't gotten around to it. They're pretty fun, Ethan, the flight test kits. Again, I've rolled way back. I'm not lagging. I'm just scrolling back to see what I missed. The flight test kits are fun. I mean, like I said, I always just scratch built them. So the only difference is I have to cut everything out first, where if you buy the kit, it's all pre-cut. You just, you know, take it out of the box and pop out the little cut marks, you know, to relieve the parts you remove, and you just start gluing it together. So if I'm going to buy that vegan jet, that Delta jet from them, and I think I'm going to buy the kit, I just think it'll build better because their foam board's better now, and I want to build it out of that foam board. So I think I'm going to order their vegan kit out of the new white foam board, and build it. But again, I'm going to build it to be permanent, you know, so it stays around a while. This thing keeps jumping around and I lose my place. You have to get the construction rated hot glue. Well, listen, I know FMS didn't use hot glue putting that plane together that came apart. You know, they used something better than hot glue and it still came apart. So, listen, you know, maybe if it works for you, great, use it. I mean, if I would use it if it didn't come apart down here, I was just telling my experiences. You know, this stuff doesn't, you know, if I put it in a hot car, then it comes apart. And but yeah, if you can get construction grade and it holds in Alabama, then buy it by all means, for sure. But down here, I haven't had that kind of luck with this stuff. So most of the time, I have to epoxy it on. And yes, I have had tail feathers come off of planes that I used contact cement on, because the car was in, you know, the plane was in the car, it got hot, went and flew it, and the tail feather came off. So, yeah, I've had that happen, even with the, you know, contact cement, not hot glue. The heat down here could just be brutal on these airplanes if you're not careful. It's not a big deal as long as you're thinking, you know. And sometimes I'm not thinking. When I leave planes in the car on a hot day and don't crack the windows, and, you know, because I forget the plane's in the car, yeah, well, you know, then I have to fix it. That's all. So a hobby shop near here just closed up. The one that, if you were here before, I told you about the one that was right down the road from me here, was sold, and they moved it to Tampa. I don't know why. about a year and a half ago, and this past weekend he went out of business. So the only hobby shop that was even remotely close to me now has gone out of business. I was really sorry to see that happen. I really like these guys. They, if you haven't seen it, do a search for Two Brothers Hobbies on YouTube here, and they used to do review shows just like what I'm doing, not live streams, but review shows of different airplanes, and very professional, very very knowledgeable guys. Well done show, and I was excited as hell that he bought a hobby shop here, but when he told me he was moving it to Tampa, I was kind of upset with him about that. And I even told him, I said, why would you want to move it down there with all that competition when you've got a captive audience up here? There's no other hobby shop within 50 miles up here. Why would you want to move it right down there next to, 4 or 5 other hobby shops? So unfortunately, they had to close their doors this past weekend. Very sorry to see them go. So I got a conversation going on here. I must be missing the first part of it. Huh. What the hell are you guys? What are you trying to buy? $300. What? I missed something in the chat here. Thank you, Shadow. Welcome. I didn't catch you earlier. Smash the like button. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, we have lots of humidity down here. I'll tell you what sucks is when it's like 79, but 69% humidity. 79 is a nice cool temperature when there's no humidity, but it 80% humidity, 70% humidity, it's horrible. So now you got to run the air conditioner to get the humidity out of the air, even though the room's cold enough. It's 79 degrees for me anyway. It's not good enough for the humidity. So now we have to run the air again just to get the humidity out of the air. So I hate it when it's like that, because you can't keep the AC running to keep the humidity out of the air. They knock it down to like 77 degrees, and then it shuts off, and then the humidity comes back, and it's not warm enough to kick the air back on. So then I got to go shut it down again to get it to come back on, and it's just a pain in the butt when it's like that. I hate it when it's like that. There's not much humidity out tonight. That's why it's feeling cold out here, because we're down to 62, and the humidity is very low. So it's cold out here tonight. Quick thinking and start drinking. Oh, I'm not selling it. This plane's not for sale. Now, just I brought it out to show you guys another one of my hangar planes that I fly now and then. I don't need the tail wheel. I'm gonna fix it, but I haven't gotten around to it. But I fly it without the tail wheel. It works fine. I won't taxi it out to the runway and taxi it back when the tail wheel's off. I'll walk it out to the runway, fly it, land it, taxi it back to me, and then I'll pick it up and carry it back instead of taxiing it back. You know, anything that's still got all the wheels on it, I'll taxi back. But the jets I usually don't taxi out just because I don't want to burn battery to get out to the runway. So I'll carry it out to the runway, take off, fly it, and then when I land, I usually will taxi it back to the pit. You know, I won't pick it up and carry it back. I'll usually taxi it back. But I don't taxi the jets out. Now, all my prop planes, I got plenty of batteries, so I don't mind taxiing them out and taxiing them back. But the jets, I don't taxi out. Yeah, Pearl Jam, where'd you move to? Just curious now, since you brought that up about the humidity and stuff. Where'd you move to that you're much happier? Because, yeah, I could definitely do without the humidity. I love the weather here, but, you know, the humidity is a little... you know, I don't really mind the humidity when I'm out in the sun. Hey, Furball, welcome to the show. I don't mind the humidity when I'm standing outside. It's when I'm home in my house and, you know, got the air running and just can't seem to get it cool enough. It's not that I can't get it cool enough, it's I can't get enough of the humidity out of the house to make it comfortable. Eventually, it will get there. It just takes time. Charlotte, North Carolina. That's a good place. I like Charlotte. Right. Same thing, Eric. I agree. E-Flight, some of their planes don't like the heat either. And listen, none of these manufacturers that I know of, maybe HSD, but FMS does not make all their own airplanes. They make a lot of their own airplanes, but they don't make all their own airplanes. If there's a plane that somebody else makes, like HSD, for instance, and the Cessna, why reinvent the wheel? They just buy it from them and have them put their name on it, and that's what they do. So, and E-Flight's the same way. You know, the new Mustang that they just came out with, you know, that beautiful blue with the yellow nose Mustang FMS is making that for E-Flight. So, you know, it's I don't know if it's a partnership as much as just you know, why not take advantage of a resource instead of reinventing the wheel? So you still work in Miami 3 days a week. Wow. How are you commuting down there? You have a private airplane that you fly yourself, or are you using public transportation? You know, just get on a air flight. Hey, did you guys hear Eastern Airlines is back in business? Did you guys catch that on the news? I was always a big fan of Eastern Airlines. I don't know if any of you know who Arthur Godfrey is, but he's a I don't know, actor, writer, director, and he was also a certified commercial pilot for Eastern, just like John Travolta is for Qantas. You know, even though he doesn't normally fly a commercial flight, I'll bet he's done it. I would imagine he's done it. But yeah, Travolta's a certified commercial pilot for Qantas Air, you know, out of Australia. He's been there he goes to all their flight training and he stays certified and everything. And his personal 707 has Qantas markings on it. Although I think he got rid of that plane. I'm not sure he still has it. Arthur Godfrey back in the day was an Eastern pilot. Same thing. He was a certified Eastern pilot. Not that you're going to find him on any commercial flight that you are flying, but he still holds all the ranking and paperwork and everything. Well, he's dead now, but back then, Arthur Godfrey was an Eastern pilot. So I just think it's cool that they're back in business. Well, that's cool. Mr. Spencer, you got 19 flight test planes Yeah, I don't have that many. I got a few. Um, I think they're cool. They're something that's just fun to kick around with. I made a blunt nose Versa, the wing, the flying wing, and I left it white so that I have LEDs inside of it, so it glows like a lantern, and the whole thing's a big giant green flying wing, and it's a nice night flyer. I'll take it out at night and fly it because it's really cool in the air at night. So, and I built it that way on purpose, just to. Now that one I've had for, again, I used epoxy and hot glue combined, and I've had that plane for at least 6 years. And it needs a little repair. The wingtips came off. They got all goofy, and I got to replace those. But that's simple. But other than that, the plane's still intact. It's still flyable. Yeah, Paul, I like that Prometheus plane. I wish it wasn't mostly black. I'm trying to stay away from black airplanes. Every time I buy a black airplane in Florida and take it out in the sun, it just destroys it. It gators really bad. Anything that's black, even the navy blue is tough, but the black for sure just goes to hell in a handbag if you get. And I park under a tree when I go flying. But just the amount of time I'm in the air, a 10-minute flight, it's 10 minutes of direct sunlight on the plane. And you just can't stop it from, when it's black, you can't stop it from gatoring. And so I love that Prometheus plane, but I just, it was too black. And I just knew if I bought it, it was going to gator on me. So I have to make smart choices here. So I didn't buy it. Kind of wish I had, but kind of glad I didn't. It's a double-edged sword. It's unfortunate. Oh, cool. Do you work for the airlines, Pearl Jam? Are you a A&P mechanic? Oh, you're headed out, Ethan? All right, man. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. Yeah, I remember seeing that video, Shadow, where that firefighter plane where the wings just came off of it. Holy crap. That was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. Never seen a full-scale, airliner like that. And have the wings just come off in midair. Holy crap, that was crazy. Oh, no kidding. American Airlines for 29 years. Good for you, man. That's got to be awesome. An RC plane mule. Yeah. So what else have we seen? Still waiting to hear more about the 737 MAX updates. So what have you guys done? Oh, I got to tell you, one day out at the flying field, I think it was actually Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? No. What day was it? Monday. Monday we went flying, and it had already started getting cold. So we're out at the field, and it's under 60 degrees. It's only like 50 degrees. And several guys crashed that day. It was Martin Luther King, so a lot of people were off work. So there was people at the field. And one guy crashed a wood plane, a balsa plane. And because it's so cold, everything gets brittle when it's cold. You don't realize it, but he did a little bit of a hard touchdown, and it bounced, which was fine. Didn't look that bad, but it kind of stalled. So when it came down the second time, it hit the ground, and it broke in, like, the wings came off, broke off. The fuselage broke off at the front of the wing, right here. That snapped off, and it's a wood airplane. And the tail section snapped off back here. So it was in 4 pieces, tail piece, center section, nose peaks, and the wing, all just disintegrated, It just snapped from the cold. It was so brittle. So that's why I don't like, try not to do a lot of flying in the cold, depending on the plane it is. Some planes I know can take it, and others I'm not going to fly. Anything with hard plastic on it, I don't fly in cold weather for sure. Because the plastic just gets brittle for sure, and it's going to break. Yeah, Shadow. I guess, unfortunately, there's nothing Boeing can do about the guys that aren't real pilots. It gives them a bad name, and it's not really their fault. Rare Bear, Wild Bill? No, this is the, this, I think you're talking about my plane here. What is this? Now, this is, so you guys that just got in the room, I see we're up to 21 and 18 likes. For you new guys just got in the room, this is a HobbyKing plane I bought many years ago. I bought 2 of them. It's a, it's one of their Avios, supposed to be their better brand. Avios, it's called the Riff Raff. It was a Reno Air Racer. Yeah, I'm reading Pearl Jam's post here for a second. So September, I don't doubt it. So yeah. So this is the Riff Raff, and it's a HobbyKing plane, and I just thought it was a cool plane. Got a lot of issues. It's a HobbyKing plane. Not one of my reasons why I don't buy any more HobbyKing stuff, but both of them did the exact same thing on the maiden flight. The tail wheel broke off. The takeoff roll. Rolling down the runway, and when I pulled back on the stick, the tail wheel retouched the ground, I think, just momentarily. Hit a tuft of grass or whatever it was, and it snapped off. And they both did the exact same thing. So the tail wheel's gone. I have it. I'm going to put it back on. I did repair the first one. I haven't gotten around to repairing this one yet. But yeah, so that was the first thing. I had a servo go bad on one of the gear doors, so the gear door wouldn't open and close. I had to replace that servo right off the bat. And then there's one of the skirts on the landing gear here. The way they put it on, looks like that landing gear is actually falling out of the wing. Yeah, this landing gear's out. I didn't even realize that. I guess that's why I stopped flying it. So I have to re-glue that in. Now that's not broken. It just came unglued. The plastic mount that's in the wing came unglued. They don't have enough glue on it, and it came out of the wing. So I got to fix that. This outer door on the other one that I got rid of, the screws that hold it to the strut were like a thread and a half is all that was holding it to the. That stripped out immediately, and the outer door fell off. You know, it's just, you know, this is why I don't buy HobbyKing anymore. This is the kind of stuff I've dealt with everything I bought from them. That's why I don't buy from them anymore. I'm tired of it. But it was a pretty plane. You know, they do make some pretty stuff. But I just, you know, I got too frustrated with it, so I stopped buying their stuff. But I thought I'd bring it out and show it to you because it's a pretty plane. I like it. It's really pretty. I haven't flown it in a while. And I'm not going to fly it much just because I can't replace it if I break it. You know, it's a plane that's, you know, it's irreplaceable now. Okay, hang on a second. Where are we going here? Yeah, the issue with the Max guys is it's a software issue. The redesign. See, the FAA got involved here, and instead of letting pilots be pilots, they got involved to make sure, you know, it was all about the way the plane feels. So the new design, if you guys aren't aware of what happened, is because they put a bigger engine on it, the engine was too close to the ground in the stock location. So they had to move the engine out in front of the wing and up a little bit because it's a bigger engine. So they moved it out and up to get the same ground clearance that they had before. Well, what that does is it puts more leverage on the wing. So the wing, at throttling up, the wing has a tendency to twist slightly. And when it twists, it creates more up attitude. So the plane starts to climb without commanding it to climb when you throttle up. Even if you're in straight level flight and you throttle up, it starts to climb. So the FAA says, you know, unless you're going to retrain all the pilots, you got to make it feel more like... So they were supposed to make software that was just going to correct that climbing issue by trimming it down, just like we do on our planes. You know, when we have a plane that throttle up and it climbs, we put trim in it, you know, or do a mixed trim. When the flaps go down and the plane balloons, you put negative, you know, down elevator trim on it to correct it. It's not that big an issue. And the programmers got crazy and put way too much. They didn't leave any limits on how much it could trim. So it over trims the plane down to the point where it's almost unrecoverable if you don't know, without retraining the pilots, or even going back to the old, they used to teach you how to deactivate that trim. There's two switches on the center console in the back. You disable that, and then you trim it manually. And they used to train that to the pilots. They don't do it anymore. They stopped using that training. So when this occurred and the two planes had crashed, the pilots were not trained, didn't know how to deactivate. The one did deactivate it, trim the plane, and then turn the system back on. And when they turned the system back on, it overcorrected again, and they couldn't save it the second time. So they even, the one guys did deactivate it and corrected the issue, and then they turned it back on. I don't know why the hell they did that. So that's the big thing. So the FAA wanted it to feel like, unless they're going to retrain all the pilots, they wanted it to feel like the other one. And that's what that MCAST software was supposed to do, is make it feel like it. And at one point they had it, and then they got, you know, some changes happened at Boeing, and then the guys changed how the software was going to work and gave it way too much authority over the system, and that's what caused these crashes, and now they're all grounded. So, Michael, welcome to the room. When is the, February 28th, that's right, the end of February, the swap meet. Yeah, I've never been to, well, I've been to it, I haven't been in it. You know, I told you guys a couple shows ago, we used to have a car show outside the Perry swap meet. One of the guys worked at a plant that was right outside the gate of the Perry swap meet. So we would have a car show the day of the swap meet, and a lot of guys would go in the swap meet. And I didn't go in because I knew I'd spend money. So I didn't go in because I didn't have the money to spend, and I just knew if I went in there I would buy something, and so I didn't go in. I stayed out. You know, it's so yeah, that's but anyway, yeah. So it's but I've been to it a couple times. Like I said, I just haven't been in it. Yeah, if I go to Null this year, it's going to be Null in the fall. The main Null is just too busy. It's just way too much. I mean, if you're going to watch, that's the one to go watch for sure, because there's so much going on there. But if you want to fly, then I think fall in the Null in the fall. I think that's the better one to go fly at. It's less congested than the main one. The Joe Null, the regular Joe Null, is just way too big to bother going there to fly. It would just be miserable for me. Which one are we talking about with a $20 off coupon? Brian, what are we talking about? Racer X, welcome to the show. Trying to figure out what you're talking about, Brian. Where was there a $20 off coupon? For Joe Null? Or for the Perry swap meet? You didn't pay tax. I'm lost. I don't know what we're talking about. There's so many conversations going on here. Okay, what plane? Racer X, are you asking me if I'm in Georgia? I'm in Florida. I'm not sure if that question was meant for me or not, but I'm in Clearwater area, Clearwater, Tampa area of Florida. Oh, the Husky. Gotcha. So from Arrows or yeah, that was a cool airplane. I like that plane. Okay, Racer X. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, the P40 was a plane that's been on my bucket list for 6 years, and I finally pulled the trigger on it. And for the most part, I'm very happy I did. It's a good bird. You know, it has the typical LX hobby issues that they don't really put too much thought into, but they're nothing you can't overcome. You know, it's a good bird. I'm glad I got it. It's beautiful. I really like it. Yeah, Paul. If I was going to continue to fly, well, actually, the retracts that are on this um, aren't really the issue. It's the glue, the way they glued them in the wing, the mounts aren't strong enough. I'm going to have to reinforce the mounts again and re-glue them in better. But the retracts work okay. I haven't had one of them fail yet on this plane. Now I know Dave's plane, the retracts failed on it. Yeah, I would definitely put FMS retracts in that plane. But this one, the retracts works okay. I didn't have a retract failure on either one of the planes. Just the way they're glued in the wing came out. So, yeah, I love the Husky. It's good looking. It's good size. It's the right price. You know, and I was really hot to buy it. Honestly, I was almost pulled the trigger that night. I really like it. There's not much to not like about it, but the one thing it's about the same price as the FMS Cub. You know, the Carbon Z Cub. The Cub comes with floats. The Husky doesn't. That really wasn't the deal breaker for me. And I haven't bought either one yet. Getting it in the car, I'm going to have to take the wings off the Husky. And, it's just regular plugs that I'm going to have to fart with, pulling out of the wing and unplugging and put them back in the wing. And, and it's not really, I don't think the struts are set up to be as quick release as the Cub is. The Cub has the plugs, the plug-in connectors. So when you plug the wing in, it's connected. So I don't have to fiddle with, light wires and servo wires for the flaps and the ailerons and, none of that. You just plug the wing in and it's on. So I'm still leaning toward the FMS 1700 Cub for $10 more than the sale price of the Husky. But I like the Husky. I think it's a beautiful bird, good price, good value. But I didn't have to take the wing off to put it in my car. I might actually have gone for the Husky. I like the color scheme on it. It's pretty. It's a good looking bird. I'm not real crazy about the color scheme on the Cub. It's alright, but I'm going to change it. But yeah, I have no complaints on the Husky at all. I love that plane. Beautiful plane, good price. Another hit. Another winner for Aeros. Just another great airplane they came out with. So yeah, very happy with that one. I would like to have that one. Oh, okay, I got what you're saying. You'd rather spend $179 for the Bigfoot than $240 for the Husky. Well, again, Aero's pricing on those birds is good, very good. I mean, yeah, the Bigfoot's a nice plane for $179, and the Husky at $239, because with the sale price, because it's. Right, $259, right? And they got a $20 off coupon right now till the 9th. So yeah, it's I think they're both great airplanes. I'm very happy with Aeros RC. I'm not so happy that all the Warbirds they brought the price up to $199. They're starting to price themselves out of the market again. I think. At that price, they're getting too close to competition that, may sway people to go over to the other plane. So, not knocking not knocking Aero's planes at all. I love them, but I think they're going to price themselves, too high, and it's going to hurt them. Because they've already had, I think, 1 or 2 price increases on the first runs. You know, the Mustang, the Bearcat, and the T28 are now $199, and I bought them for $159. Right? It was yeah, it was $159 I paid for them, because it was $20 off one plane or $30 off each plane if you bought more than one. So I bought 2, and so I've got each plane for $159. So that was $189. Now they're $199. You know, at $189 I probably wouldn't have bought either one of those planes. Maybe at $199 I won't buy them. I wouldn't have bought them. But at $159 it was, yeah, that was a steal deal there. So yeah, it's, you know, but yeah, I think I'm glad they're here. I'm really glad Arrows is in the game now. They're going to definitely put some hurting on E-Flight and FMS and Flightline, Free Wing. You know, these guys are all going to have to start watching their backs because Arrows is coming for them. Yeah, exactly. 169 area is the perfect spot for those planes. That's where they should be priced. I think at 169, that's a good fair price. And then if they want to discount that, you know, on a multi-plane, they'd sell a lot more airplanes and bumping them up to 199. You know, because at 209 I can buy, you know, planes in the FMS series. So yeah, it's just a little, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but $30 a plane is a lot of money to me anyway, and it's a deal breaker. You know, once the prices get going like that, and they don't have lights in them, so if they wanted to charge $199 for them, then they need to put lights in them. You know, then I'd be more amped to pay the extra. You know, they put $5 worth of LEDs in it, and I'd be willing to spend maybe the extra $30. But you know. Okay, so the question is, how's the power on the LX P40? There's no comparison to the FMS 1700, even before you do the prop mod on the 1700. But if you do the prop mod on the 1700 FMS plane, the P51, that plane's incredible. The LX is it acts underpowered. I don't think it's underpowered. I think it's underpropped. I think the prop that's on it's too small. And not enough pitch, because the motor's running pretty hard and it's not going anywhere. It's a very slow flying airplane. You know, if it's hitting 50, 60 miles an hour, it'd be a push, where the Mustang's probably doing 85. Yeah, the P40 is just very slow flying, and I hear the motor revving, but it's not going anywhere. So I'm going to try putting a bigger prop on it. I think it just needs a bigger prop or more pitch. And since the spinner is not part of the hub, it's very simple to get a 3-blade prop from somebody else, like Master Air Screw. And I've got a couple of big 16-inch Master Air Screw I'm going to try. 3-bladed props I can just throw on the plane. It'll bolt right on. I don't have to do anything. No modifications, just bolt it on. So I'm going to try that, see if the plane, you know, go a little faster, because it's pretty slow. And I made a couple of wide open passes on that little bit of video you got to see. And it's just not very fast. Where the Mustang, I've hit 85 with that. I've got a GPS in it. So I know how fast it's going. And I've hit 85. So the 1700 Mustang's much faster. Goes vertical much better. You know, like I said, it feels underpowered, the P40. But I don't think it is. I think the motor's got plenty of guts to pull it. It just needs more prop. So I'll get back to you on that. And I'm going to... you know, when the weather warms up, I'm going to take it back out there, and I'm going to do a couple prop changes and see if I can See, I'm going to take the whole Mustang hub and everything off. The spinner's too small, but it'll fit on. It'll just be too small for the cow. But I can put the Mustang 4-bladed prop on it and see how it responds with that. See how the motor pulls with the Mustang 4-blade prop on it. And then I'm going to put the big Master Air Screw 3-bladed prop on it and try that. So I'm going to do a little experiment and then see if I can get the P40 to go faster. Yeah, right. The DLE 35cc, we're talking about a gas motor. Yeah, no, I'm not putting that on it. Michael Honeychuck, welcome to the show, buddy. Glad you're here. So I'm scrolling back up for a second here because I was looking at a post that Mr. Honeychuck, is that what it, am I saying it wrong? It's Honeychuck, right? Yeah. So Michaels has the Mustang, the Super Cub. I'm sorry, not the Mustang, the Super Cub. And he put air tires on it, so that's cool because that's what I was going to do too. I mean, it already comes with big tires on it, but they're not tires. They're just solid foam, right, Michael? They're just hard foam, look like tires, but they're just styrofoam, you know, EPO foam. Pearl Jam, are you talking about flying to Joe Knoll in a real plane and landing there? Or just, or just going there in general and landing there? Yeah, that's why I figured they were hard foam. Yeah. Yeah, so I was gonna put the Dubro air tires on. I've got them on several of my planes, which make a big difference. I like those. So I put them on my Beaver. I put them on my Cub. I put them on. I have one of those Stamus L4 Grasshopper Cubs. It's a 1400 millimeter, and I put those big air tires on that. And that was cool. I like those tires, and they look good on there, and it flies good with them on there. I really like that. Yeah, Jeff, those low bounce wheels are cool, but we're talking about a bush plane, you know. In a bush plane, you want real big, soft tires on. On anything normal, Mustang, whatever. Yeah, I put the Dave Browns on a lot of my planes. I like those tires, but I wanted something on my Beaver and on the Cub. I wanted, soft, bouncy tires, and that's why I put the big Dubro air, the ones that you actually have an air chuck and you fill them up with air. I put those on. And I'm very happy I did. They worked out really good. Yeah, I haven't bought the F. That's the only 1700 from FMS I don't have is the Corsair, Jeff. And I want it, one day. Although I like the LX Corsair because it has folding wings. And after having it here and having to send it back, I don't know. It just depends. You know, the FMS planes are so durable. You know, as far as hangar rash. You know, just trying to get it in and out of the house and to the field and not damage it. It's much more forgiving than the LX model foam. The LX foam doesn't give at all. If you bang it, it's dented and it's permanent. Where the FMS, you know, you can bend it and bang it a little bit, and you can just take it and straighten it back out. And sometimes you can just heat it up with some water and it comes back. But the LX stuff doesn't do that. So it's as far as durability, yeah, FMS planes are really good. So yeah, I might get the FMS Corsair over the LX one. I even thought about the free wing one, or I guess it's Flightline from Motion. I don't know. I haven't pulled the trigger. I got so many Corsairs as it is, but I want a big one, so it's coming. I just haven't done it yet, but it's coming. I'll get one. Where do you get the Cavens tires at, Michael? I've never heard of those before. Where do you get them? Yeah, I have a trailer. It's out of commission right now. It's just packed full of stuff. But yeah, if I get my trailer, see, if my trailer was available right now, then that would make the Husky a much more attractive purchase for me right now. So yeah, once the trailer's back in commission, I might my airplane. Uh, what's the word I'm looking for? It'll open the door to more stuff. Once I get that back in commission. So we're talking about flying at Triple Tree. You mean just like driving in there on a weekend to fly there? Do they have a club that flies at Triple Tree? Because I know that place is more. Isn't it built more for full scale stuff? Because they have a lot of full scale events there. You know, I know they have the big model events there too, but you know they have a lot of full scale airplane events there. Glider clubs go there, and you know, like I think the Baron. If you've got a Beechcraft, they have a big Beechcraft get together there, and I think they have a Warbird get together there. So they have a lot of different stuff going on there besides just our big RC event. So are you talking about just going there to fly RC on a weekend when there isn't an event going on? What are we talking about? I'm really curious because I haven't been there yet, but I plan to go. Wow, Paul, that's sweet. You know, a Ford Econoline van and a box trailer. That's sweet. Yeah, I have a 14x6 trailer that I can pull behind my car. Um, are you talking about this one, Lee? Welcome to the show, by the way, Lee Davison. Are you talking about this plane you can get for 150 bucks? This is the HobbyKing Riff Raff. Okay. Yeah, now I see your second question. It's a good flyer. It's not the best. It's a 6L bird, and it's not very fast. You would think for only being a 1200 millimeter wingspan and a 6L battery, it would be a rocket ship, but it's not. It's not very fast. You know, it's probably 80, 85 range. But you would expect it to be faster being 6L powered. And it tip stalls bad if you get down slowing it down too much. So you got to make sure you fly it to the runway. You know, if you get it too slow, it's going to tip stall on you pretty bad. But other than that, yeah, it flies good. It's a good flyer. You know, it's not, you know, it handles well in the air, and it's pretty. But it's HobbyKing, so, you know. Thank you, Paul. The UMEXs have lights on them, for Christ's sake. It's not that hard, and it doesn't cost that much to put lights on these damn things. You know, they all should have lights. You know, all of them. Our Air Marshal's in the house. How you doing, Dave? Yeah, if you could put them on a UMEX plane like the Timber, Christ, that thing's got more lights on it than anything out there. You know, it's got strobes on the wingtips, plus nav lights, plus landing lights in the nose, strobe on the top, strobe on the bottom. Yeah, it's got lights all over it, for Christ's sake. You know, if they could put it on the Timber and then sell the Timber for 99 bucks, you know, they could put them on everything. You know, the mini Timber. So, yeah, I just think the lights need to be on everything. You know, and I thought we were there. When, you know, my first sign that we were finally there was when Flightline originally came out with the Red Arrow, and then version 2 is Freewing now. But the first version was Flightline, and it had lights on it. You know, that the little jet. It was what, 239? Yeah, I think it was 239 for that plane, and it came with lights. You know, and I thought, finally, you know, we're there. They're going to put lights on everything. And then Motion turns right around and builds the T-33 that they just came out with no lights. And I'm like, oh my God, what are you thinking? You know, I just couldn't believe it. And then they want almost 400 bucks for it with no lights. You know, it just irritates the shit out of me. Yeah, Lee, you like fast? Well, then you don't want this plane because it ain't fast. Not like I said, for a 6L plane, it flies like a 4L plane, you know, and it'll fly on. If you've got a very long takeoff, you can get this thing in the air on 4Ls and fly it, but it's not advised. You know, it's a 6L bird. And for 6L, it ain't near fast enough. Yeah, this one only has a 4-blade prop on it. The 5-blade prop was on the military scheme. It's the exact same airplane, by the way. You know, the military one, the Sea Fury, and the military scheme had that green spinner with a 5-blade prop on it. And it also had mechanisms in the wing to drop the tanks, you know, the wing tanks, so you could jettison the tanks from the plane, which was pretty cool. And the ports are in this wing to add that if you want to put them in it. But the foam's cut, but there's just plugs in the foam. You have to just slide them out. They're just slid in. They're not even glued in. And you slide those out, and you can add the tank drops where you can hang the tanks and then drop them. But yeah, this was only got a 4-blade prop on it. But you're right, it'd probably be faster with a 2-blade, but I still don't think it'll be fast enough. I don't know. I never experimented with it. It's something that is possible. This plane might actually, with a 2-bladed prop on it, might haul ass if you get the right 2-bladed prop on it. But as it sits, no, it's not real fast. I was very disappointed that it was 6S and that this is all the faster it goes. I'm like, really? I was expecting, somewhere close to 100, and it's not. It's not anywhere near that. I'd say probably 80 at best. Yeah, me, the lights are a big thing. I like the lights. So I know everybody's tastes are different, and I'm not saying I'm right or you're right or wrong or whatever. I'm just saying I really like lights. If you want me to buy your airplane, put lights on it. If it's got lights on it, I'd probably buy just about anything. If it doesn't have lights on it and it's overpriced, I'm not gonna buy it for sure. If it's got lights and it's overpriced, I might buy it. But if it's overpriced and there's no lights, I ain't buying it. So it is a deal breaker for me. I won't buy a plane that's overpriced if it doesn't have lights. So, I was not the least bit interested in the Havoc until they threw in a free $140 battery pack. Without that battery, I would have never bought the Havoc. Same thing with that EC 1500. Even though it's full lights, I love the lights, it was overpriced. But they threw a free battery with that one too, so I bought it. And honestly, that one had a chance of being bought even without the free battery once I found out how much fun it was to fly and how long the flight times were. So the EC 1500, that cargo, twin-engine cargo plane, is a really nice airplane. I mean, that thing's so much fun to fly, and it's easy to fly it for 20 minutes on a 5,000 pack. So it's 4-cell, 5,000, and it'll fly out 20 minutes without really even trying. You can get 20 minutes out of it. Of course, Dave. Of course, I could repower it and put a 2-bladed prop on it and make it rip. But now you're talking about, $200-300 airplane and add another $100 to it to make it go faster. Listen, I don't want to spend that much money. It should come out of the box that way. Shouldn't have to add more money to the damn thing to make it go faster. I could bolt jets on it. Those Estes model rocket engines on it, make it go faster too. I don't want to modify it. I just want to take it out of the box and go fly it. I shouldn't have to, re-engineer it. I get on eCalc and, figure out what motor and prop combo I need to make this thing go 100 miles an hour. I'm just not going to work that hard. Scratch build, yeah. But, you buy a kit out of the box, you expect it to fly. You have certain expectations. I mean, that Mustang you want from the new one, if that thing gets to you and it only goes 60 miles an hour, you're not going to be happy. That'll really piss you off. I'm going to tell you right now. So, it looks like it flies okay on Ryan's show. It looked like it flew pretty fast, but yeah. When you spend that much money, you want it to go, and it's a 6-cell bird, you want it to go fast. So, wow, that's a good question. Does anybody here have a turbo timber and a Bigfoot? That would be a really nice combo, to hear what the differences are. Because the regular timber, it just doesn't have enough aileron authority. It won't roll worth a shit. I think the turbo timber, they redesigned that. And the Bigfoot, I'm not positive on either, but I'm not at all happy with the... Yeah, I've been dropping I bought $1 at the dollar store. I bought a paratrooper to throw out of the back of the EC 1500, and I've been really good at figuring out when to let it go and to get it to land where I want it. I mean, I've been almost spot on every time. It's been hilarious. You know, I drop it. Now it's the pilot's not, or the paratrooper guy is not heavy enough. I got to put some weight in him because the canopy keeps collapsing. It doesn't change how fast it comes down. It comes down at one speed, very slow, but it sometimes the canopy collapses and reinflates and collapses. There's just not enough weight to keep the canopy fully fully open. So I'm going to put some weight in it. But yeah, it's been fun dropping that out the back. I've been having fun with that. I wanted to get a whole bunch of them and jam them in there so that I have, you know, all the chutes going poof, 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 you know, behind the airplane like a real paratrooper. Yeah, it's a C-27. Yep, that's what it is. The funny thing is these are counter-rotating props on this one, and the real one are not. The full-size real C-27 does not have counter-rotating props. So I thought that was interesting that they made the model with counter-rotating, and the real one does not. Now, as I was very interested in that. That was interesting to see. So, Michael Raja, you think a Timber? Oh, well, yeah, Timber with Safe Select on. Yeah, that is a good trainer for actually. That's not a bad call. That's what I've been training people with. I have my Timber, since it's not very aerobatic. I decided to bind it up as a Safe Select, and I use it for training. So yeah, I agree. It's a good trainer. You know, way I have it set up at half flaps and half throttle, it just floats. So stable, and it's so slow that it's impossible for anybody to get in trouble with it. You just let them. I just hand the transmitter and have them fly it, and then I barely have to tell them anything. You know, it just, you know, it's flying so slow and so stable that it, you know, it's pretty. They're going to have to force it into the ground to crash it. It's just not going to crash. So. Oh, so the turbo Timber has the same control surface as the regular Timber? Oh, well then fuck that thing. Yeah, I'm not at all happy with my Timber. Not for what I thought it was going to be. You know, I thought it would be way more aerobatic than it is. I know that the Timber X has bigger surfaces. I thought the turbo Timber and the Timber X had similar controls, but you're saying that the turbo Timber has the same controls as the regular Timber. So yeah, I wouldn't buy that one. I would definitely buy the Timber X if I was going to buy another Timber. Yeah, I agree with you there, Jeff. I love the turbo Timber. I love the color. The Timber X. You know, it's got that green on it. I love that. Um, the bigger surfaces. I'm sure it's more aerobatic, which is what I would want. So that's the one I wish I had gotten instead of the regular timber. Wow, the Falcon 56. Oh my God. Wow, that's old, Lee. Holy crap. That's back in my day. Damn. Can you put the Timber X wing on the regular timber fuselage? Will it just bolt right on? A Cadet Senior, yeah, that's an old one too. Yeah, we're going way back. Jackson RC. How you doing, man? Okay, Eric, you taking off? Have a good night, buddy. Yeah, I don't think the Dynam C-47 would be a good learning ship for sure. So, Dave, you were having way too much fun on your show, flying your in real flight, flying around and getting your ass shot down. That did look like a lot of fun, though. I don't think, but like you said, somebody's gonna have to do it on their show because, yeah, that kind of took the rest of your show away. You're having all the fun, and all we can do is watch and talk amongst ourselves because you can't fly and watch the chat at the same time. But it was fun to watch. Uh-oh, you hear screams from the basement again. Oh, no. Oh, cool. So they do. Well, wait a minute now. The Timber X-wing will fit on the Timber. Just bolts right on. You don't have to. No modifications. They just bolt on. Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a lot of livery changes on that 1500 Mustang. I think a lot of people are going to change the paint color and have different graphics on it, just to make it more what they want visually. I like the scheme that's on it. I really like the color of it. I just, I know a lot of people don't like it. They don't think it's correct, and maybe it's not. Well, what does that say about you as an instructor, Dave, if this guy's flying with safe on and crashing anyway? Okay. Well, that's good to know, Furball. Thank you. God, I might just have to buy myself a set of X-wings for my Timber. He flies it into trees. Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, the funny thing is the UMX Timber flies so much better than the full-size Timber. I mean, the UMX is awesome. That thing flies fantastic. Much better than the big one, the 1500 one. So I don't know what, the control surfaces are bigger in it. Yeah, the UMX Timber flies fantastic. I love that little plane. Yeah, it's possible to crash a plane with safe. That guy just did it out the field. I got a guy I'm teaching to fly. They just won't listen. He just absolutely won't listen to and he listens to all the wrong people. So he went out and bought a simulator, and he's flying on a simulator, and he's bragging to me how great he is now. He's a great pilot. He can't wait to impress me out the field. So he brings a brand new Cessna, the Carbon Z 150, the big one, out to the field. And he asks me to trim it for him, fly it to trim it out. So I fly it, I trim it out, and I land it. And I'm out there doing touch and goes and flying inverted, and having a good time with it. And I land it and give it back to him, taxi it back. And now he's going to go fly it by himself. He doesn't ask me to go out and help him. Doesn't go out to stand with him or anything. So he takes off, and he flies it around in a left-hand pattern. He doesn't do anything but fly around in a circle out in front of him. And then he lands it and cartwheels it and breaks the wing off, the wingtip. Snaps off, so on the first flight for him, he lands it, cartwheels it, and breaks the wingtip off. And he didn't hit the runway. He was out in the field. He didn't even hit the runway. He missed, and we got 50-foot wide, 6 runways, all 50 feet wide, and he couldn't hit any of the runways. Landed in the grass, the tall grass, cartwheeled, and broke the wingtip off on the first flight. And he's bragging how he's going to impress me on how good he is. Okay. So, and I knew he was going to screw it up. I mean, he's not ready for it. But you just can't tell this guy anything. He's not going to listen. You know, I wish he'd listen to me, but he won't listen. So, I can't make him listen. All I can do is help him when he wants my help and leave him alone when he doesn't. So, yeah, the only thing I don't like about the UMX planes is they're too damn brittle, okay? And I fly them a lot. I mean, the first week I had that timber, I had, I have 9 battery packs I can fly in that timber. No, I take that back. Wait a minute. I have 7 battery packs that I can fly in the timber. I have them all charged, and I'm recharging them as I'm flying it. So I go out there and fly 10, 12, 15 flights a day on it. And, when you fly it that much, because it's so delicate, you just get it beat up. I mean, even if you're just doing touch and goes, every time the tires touch down, I'm sure you guys know that the landing struts have those fillets on them, and they wrap back and hit the fuselage. And they start digging the hell out of the fuselage, and then, they get beat up so easy. The more you fly them, the more they get beat up, and I get so frustrated that, in a month's time, because I fly it so much, that it's just beat the hell. Of course we're doing stupid shit with it too. It's not just normal flying, You're having so much fun with it that we're doing limbos under the canopy, and and of course sometimes you'll hit the canopy with the wing and it'll spin around and crash, and but it doesn't do a lot of damage. But each time that the damage increases, and it just gets beat up, and because they're so fragile, and So I love the airplane though. I really do. It's a ton of fun to fly. God, I love that thing. And I love all the lights on it. Man, is that cool. So we fly them in the dark, which isn't advisable either, but... What didn't you like, Lee? What didn't you like about the Waco? Because one of the guys out the field, I haven't seen him fly, but he talks about how great it flies. He loves that plane. So I'm wondering what didn't you like about the way yours flew? Pearl Jam. If it's not 70 inches, you're not interested. Holy crap. You want big airplanes. Damn. Man, that cuts out way more than half of my... most of my planes are under 70 inches. I only have... God, they're over 70 inches? Shit. I think I only have like 5 airplanes out of everything I have. Out of the 70 planes I have. Well, I got a couple of guys, so I might have 7 airplanes that are over 70 inches, including 3 gliders. Yeah, those are big airplanes. Jesus. Oh, I keep forgetting about that one. Yeah, I have that PC9. That's over 70 inches. So I might have eight airplanes that are over 70 inches. Too small, not good in the wind. Yeah, well, other than the timber, I don't think any of the UMXs are good in the wind. The timber's a hoot in the wind. I mean, we fly it in, 25-mile-an-hour winds. It doesn't go anywhere. It kind of just hovers there like this, but we still have fun with it, even when we're doing that. It's yeah, I agree. The big airplanes do fly good, for sure. I definitely like the big airplanes. Yeah, I don't know that I've flown my. I don't have. I have two of the P-51 Mustang UMXs. I have the F-27. I've only flown that a couple times. It's new. I just got it, and I get too busy flying the other stuff and forget to pull it out of the car and fly it. I think I have the Cub in a UMX, and I got one more. I think it's a biplane. I think it's the Beast in a UMX. I think, and yeah, the only one I fly is the Timber. But I haven't flown it. I don't think I've flown it 30-mile-an-hour winds. The day we were flying in those gusty winds, I think they were probably 25-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah. So I'm not a big fan of the Wreckham Roy. How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the UMXs, but the Timber's an exception. I really like that one. That thing's a hoot. What's the Timber AX? Is that the one? Is that the Timber X? Is it an AX? Was that a typo? Well, I'll be honest with you. For the money, if you want a MiG, get the one that Motion sells. The little toss and boss planes. They have the F-86, the MiG, and the F-9F. I just bought the F-9N. That thing's a blast to fly. God, I love that little plane. That thing flies fantastic. 3-cell. You can, if you've got one of the good, like I bought the Admiral, the orange. I think it's 45C, the 2200. I think it's 45C, orange pack. It's thin enough to just fit in the plane. I mean, I'm squishing it under the foam. It's actually bowing the foam up a little bit when you jam it in there. You don't even need the strap. It'll stay put. So I fly it with that, or I have a couple of 1600 3-cell Admiral packs, and I can throw them in it. And then I have some 1400 HobbyKing batteries, 14 and 1500. The blue, dark blue ones. What do they call those? The nanotech. I have some of those, and then the something power, the green ones. So I fly that little plane with those, you know, the F9F, and it flies fantastic. I love that little plane. It's a good little flyer. And it's only $98. You know, it's shit. You can't beat it for that. It's just, man, because the UMX planes are all over $100. They're $120, $130, and like, no, you know, I'd rather, with the exception of the Timber, but yeah, none of the other UMX planes interest me at all. I really like the Timber though. That thing's a hoot. I have a good time with that. What are you talking about, Lee? Those 64 millimeter F-16, F-15 planes from E-Flight? Is that the ones you're talking about, Lee? Gotcha. Yeah, that's cool, Lee. Yeah, yeah. Dave's been talking about those too. I like the F-15. Yeah, I've been on the fence buying that one for quite a while now. Um, it's oh, that's weird. Sorry, I'm just looking at my camera that I do my field video, and when I record a show for, you know, not my live show but my recorded stuff, I was charging that camera and it says something failed, connection failed. I don't know why it says that. I mean, I've just got it plugged in to charge it, so I don't know what kind of connection fail. Been watching it blinking this little red light all night. It should have gone green and it's charged by now, and it hasn't. So, and I just noticed it says connection failed. So I don't know what's wrong with that. Yeah, if I was going to get one of those 64s, it would be the F-15. I like that one. It's definitely going to be the F-15. Um, oh, it decided to retire from flying? It just looked you in the eye one day and says, nah, no, I don't want to fly anymore. Heli Thunder! There you are. Welcome to the show. 27 in here, 26 likes. There you go. We can't beat that, man. We're only one away from 1 to 1. Thank you, guys. Yeah, again, this is the discontinued long time ago, years ago. This plane's from HobbyKing, my favorite place. Um, it's the Avios Riff Raff, which is a pylon racer, for a Reno pylon racer. It's only 1,200 millimeter wingspan, but it's a 6S plane, and it's not very fast. You know, not for what you would expect a 1,200 millimeter plane to be with a 6L in it. It probably goes maybe 80, but you would expect it to be a lot faster than that. So it's an okay flyer. It flies pretty good. It's got issues. You know, it's a HobbyKing plane. It's got all kinds of issues. But all in all, you know, it was cheap enough at the time when I bought this, because I bought them on sale. I think I paid $159 for this plane. Even if I just hung it on the wall, I would have been happy with that purchase. So, yeah, I'm not upset that I bought it. But, you know, I am upset that the quality of it's not very good. But for what I paid, I'm okay with it. And if I never fly it again and just hang it on the wall, I'll be happy. Because it's a good-looking bird. So, I doubt that I'll fly it much, if I ever again, just because I can't replace it. You know, like I said, 6 months after they came out with this plane, they discontinued it, and there's nothing available for it. So if I break it, I can't replace it, and I don't particularly want to. I don't want to lose it. I think this is the one that I had to fix the wingtip on already. No, that must have been the other one. That one's okay. Yeah, the wingtip on this it comes to a point right between the tip and the aileron, and that got snagged on something one day and broke off. And for some reason I couldn't reuse the piece that broke off. I don't know if it broke off and I didn't notice it and don't know where it is, or so I had to make one. So I took a crashed airplane that somebody left at the field and used that foam, and I just cut a little square piece and glued it in place, and then I shaved it and smoothed it until it matched the rest of the wingtip, and it was perfect. This is painted, by the way. This is not white foam. This is all painted white. It's got white paint over the white foam. So the whole plane's got paint on it. It's not bare foam anywhere. Just inside the cutouts. On the bottom here where the cutouts are for the tank drops here. That's the only place that's bare foam. It's right in here. You know, up here. That's everything else is painted. So, yeah, they painted this plane everywhere. I know while I have it out of the rack, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to go ahead and fix the tail wheel and the re-glue that landing gear back in. Now that I got it out of the rack. I like it, Roy. I like the plane itself. I like Sea Furies. I'm a big Sea Fury fan. I wish someone would build a big one with folding wings, like LX models, for instance. They have a Corsair with working folding wings that I had and sent back because we had a problem. But I wish they would build a Sea Fury with the folding wing mechanism. They could use the same mechanism they used on the Corsair, and they could build a Sea Fury that size, 1600, 1700, something like that, and put that folding wing mechanism in. That would be freaking awesome. But yeah, it's it's 6L powered, not very fast, good looking, but not fast. It's a shitty quality from Avios, HobbyKing. It flies good. It's not a great flyer. It's a good flyer. And what I say by that is, you know, if you slow it down too much, it will tip stall. It has a bad tendency to tip stall. So you got to be careful of that when you're landing it. You don't want to come in too slow and tip stall it. The old the AT6 Texan from Freewing. If you guys had one of those or have one of those, it flies a lot like that. You know, it flies great until you slow it down too much, and then it tip stalls. So all right, I'm going to click your link, Lee. I want to see what we're looking at here. Yeah, that's this plane. Yeah. Where's this at? Is this on eBay? Well, it's still loading. Where the hell is this at? It's in Toronto? Wow. So for 200 bucks, you know, is that including shipping? I don't know that I would spend that. I mean, if you really love Sea Furies and you want to have it, not necessarily fly it, I'd buy it. If you're buying it to fly, like you think it's going to be this fantastic flyer, now there's plenty of planes that fly better than this. You know, I'd buy that Bearcat all day long and twice on Sunday for 200 bucks over this. That on 3-cell is faster than this on 6-cell. So just to let you know. And I'm not pulling your leg. That's the truth. That's 1100 millimeter. This is 1200 millimeter. That's on 3-cell. This is on 6-cell. That plane's faster. So, just so you know, and it flies better. It flies much better, much easier to land. I mean, everything about that plane is 10 times better than this one. So if you're buying it to fly it, don't buy it. If you're buying it because you want a pretty Sea Fury that can fly, and you might take it out and fly it once in a while, sure, that's fine. But if you're expecting this to be like your everyday throw it in the car and go flying plane now, you won't enjoy it that much. It won't be your favorite airplane. Like that Bearcat, I'll throw that in the car anytime if I've got room in the car to put it in, I'll throw it in. I love that airplane. And I love the Mustang too, don't get me wrong, I love both of them. But the Bearcat I can put any battery in. The Mustang I can only put one battery in. I have one 2200 that fits in that pocket, and that's it. Whereas all my batteries I have fit in the Bearcat, I can put anything in it. I've got 3,000, 5,000, 3 cells. And you can put anything you want in the Bearcat and fly it. You can only put a specific battery in the Mustang. So the Mustang's not my first choice, because if I don't have those batteries charged, then I'm going to either have to get the field and charge batteries. Whereas if I'm flying some 3-cell stuff, and I take the Bearcat, and I have anything 3-cell left over at the end of the day, I can throw it in there and fly. I don't care what size battery it is. It'll go in there and fly. So that's what I really like about the Bearcat over the Mustang. They both fly great. I just don't like the battery compartment in the Mustang. It's too limited. You got one of these for 99 bucks? You know what, Roy? I think I think this one I got for $99. Now that you say that, it was one of those sales where everything was $99. You know, they had a whole slew of shit for $99, and this was in there. And I think that's why I bought the second one. So that's what I think I paid for this. But that was just that one-time deal they had going on. I think it was around Christmas, Black Friday or Christmas, that they had a sale, and everything was, you know, that's how I got the Raptor Cam. Oh, by the way, is Raptor Cam still locked up, or is it working? No, it's still working. Look at that. Raptor Cam is live. Look at that. Holy crap, that's fantastic. I got that camera on that same deal. It was one of their $50. Everything's $50. So that's why I bought that, because I got it for $50. And this was in the 99 box. And that's why I bought the second one. So, yeah. Yeah, there's so many better planes than this one out there for $200. I would not pay $200 unless, like I said, unless you're just a big Sea Fury guy, you really want a Sea Fury, and you plan on having it on the shelf as a display piece more than fly it. It's just a display piece that you can fly. You know, if you want to take it out and fly it, sure. But if you're planning on it being your throw it in the car and go fly it all the time plane, I doubt it'll survive it. I can't see putting 50 flights on this airplane. I don't think it'll hold together. I think it'll fall apart before you get 50 flights on it. It's just not that, you know, it's HobbyKing quality. It's not that good. No, I don't have that glider, Paul. I wanted it. I didn't get it, though. I have, in gliders, I have I have a Carl Goldberg Gentle Lady right there. And I don't even know what it is. It's a high-performance fiberglass glider that has the big, long plug-in wings. It's got spoilers and flaps on it. It's a high-performance, non-powered glider. I made my Gentle Lady, I made a power pod to strap to the top of it so I could make it powered. And then I have the Bird of Time glider that I cut the nose off and mounted a firewall to put a motor on it. So I have that one. I love that plane. I have what the hell's the name of that damn thing? It's a 1400 millimeter that they discontinued and brought it back. The Mystique, something like that. That's a great little flyer. That thing flies fantastic. I love that plane. Let's see, what else do I have in gliders? I think I have another one. Maybe not. Maybe that's the end of my gliders. I thought I had another one. Well, I have one in the box. This is the Mirage. It's a Carl Goldberg balsa built up. I'm going to build it on. I'm going to do a show building that. Because it's a balsa kit. It's all stick built type. And I'm gonna actually I'll have Raptor Cam over top closer. And I'm going to lay it all out, plans out, wax paper on it, pin it all down and glue it. I'm going to just do the whole build on a video to show you guys that you haven't done any of the balsa build stuff. I'm going to build that plane to show you how it's done. And then I'll cover it and everything. That's a glider. It's very similar to the Gentle Lady. I don't think it's a polyhedral wing. I think it's only a dihedral wing, if I remember right. Look at the box lid here. Yeah, it's kind of like a Cessna 152 kind of look to it with really long wings. I mean, it's it's got the fuselage of like a 150. You know, it's a tail dragger, 150, like the Cessna 150 or the Bigfoot, but with this gigantic wing on it. So it's a real long wingspan. So it's more of a powered glider than, it's got tricycle gear and a motor on the front, but it's got super long wings. So, it's going to be a glider. It's not a, it's not a bash around plane. It's going to be a glider. What are you guys talking about, John Force and Brittany Force stuff? What are we missing here? I'm missing something in the chat here about drag racing. What's going on? What am I missing? Now, it's funny you say that, Paul. Again, I backed up. I'm not lagging. I've scrolled back up. That you think the UMX Beast is a badass airplane. That's funny because, I was out, a buddy of mine bought one, and he was out flying it, and it seemed so underpowered. It would he wasn't happy with it at all, and he got it down without damaging it, and he said he didn't like it, and I said, okay, so here's the deal. I said, you have two choices. You make a coffee table presentation plane out of it and just let it sit there and look beautiful, or you sell it right now before you break it. One or the other. And he sold it. He got rid of it before he broke it. He didn't like the way it flew at all. So it's funny that you think that's... Are you flying it on 2S or 3S? I'm pretty sure he was flying at 2S, and maybe it really needed a 3S. I don't know. But he wasn't happy with it at all. He said it was $149, I think, too. It was expensive. And he didn't like it at all. Are you guys talking about John Force and his wife they don't live together? Is that the conversation I'm missing here? Yeah, they haven't lived together for years. Holy crap. I guess they love each other very much. They just can't live together. They just, Okay, so I scrolled up some more. So Air Marshal. So you haven't seen John Force's wife? Oh yeah, she's beautiful. Holy crap! The funny thing is she's a brunette and her daughters are all blondes. I don't know if they're all in a bottle, blondes, or she's a brunette from a bottle. I don't know, but yeah, she's dark hair brunette and all the girls are blondes. So yeah, that's funny. All three daughters are blondes and she's a brunette. But yeah, she's beautiful. If you go back, bring up any NHRA, go on YouTube and bring up an NHRA race, and she's always on the starting line when John races. His wife is always there. They don't live together, but she's always there. So if you go watch any NHRA race, you'll see her. And she's like this the whole time, worried about her husband, getting killed in a wreck, So she loves him. And she's at every race, but they don't live in the same house. I think they live on the same property. I think they have separate houses. Like he's got a man cave house that's probably not a garage that like we would have, something huge, and she's getting the main house is my guess. So, but I'm pretty sure they live on the same property, just in separate houses. Which is probably the way we should all do it. Hey, Dave, ask Amy if she would rather have her own house on the same property, but you guys have separate houses. See what she says. Because that way she can decorate the way she wants, and you can decorate the way you want. You know, there wouldn't be any airplanes in the house. You know, they'd all be out in your house, and her house would be, because that's the way it is here. That's what my ex-wife wants. You know, she wants to decorate and have all this frilly stuff and high-dollar looking stuff and make a palace out of it, and I just want a bunch of airplanes laying around. So. Yeah, that Night Radiant is that's a great choice, because not only is it a good glider, but you can fly it at night. The lights on it are fantastic. Easy to see in the dark. So yeah, I've been thinking about getting a Night Radiant myself, you know, just to have another night flyer. I love night flying, guys. I have 5 or 6 night flyer planes. I'm making 2 more, converting planes into night flyers, and yeah, I love night flying. These things are so, when they're done right, they're just so pretty at night. They're just fun as hell to fly. God, I don't know about that, Michael. I know one of them was married to one of John Force's drivers who got killed. I think that was Ashley's husband, I think. But I'm not positive. I used to follow them extensively, but not anymore. Oh yeah, they definitely look like Mom, Dave. Like I said, go bring up in another window NHRA on YouTube here, and you'll see what the mom looks like. Because anytime John Force pulls the line, the cameras are on her, so you'll see her. Jackson, I am probably going to try to go to Null in the fall. Yes, I'm thinking about going. Not going to go to Joe Null, because if I go there, I'm going to want to fly, and I know I'm not going to be happy flying at Joe Null. It's just too busy, too many people there. You know, you're talking about thousands and thousands of people at Joe Null versus hundreds of people at Null in the fall. So, yes, I am probably going to go to Null in the fall. I'm going to try. It's a long way off. We'll see how the work situation is, how things are going here and stuff. But it's on my list this year. I'm going to try to go. I'm going to probably go to this E-flight, this E-Jets here in, because it's only a couple. It's not even. It's an hour and a half maybe at the most away from me to go to this E-Jets here in Florida. So I'm going to go to that. That's coming up in a couple weeks. So I'm going to try to make it to that show. I'm going to try to make it to Jet Jam. And I'm going to try to go to Null in the fall. Those are 3 on my list this year to go to. There might be some others that I go to, but those are the 3 that I plan to go to and fly at. Now, I may go to, like, Florida Jets. I won't fly there, because that's real jet stuff. But I might go over there again to watch. LA Thunder, you're leaving us? All right, buddy. Have a good night. Go get some stuff done. See, my chat just jumped ahead again, so I don't know if I missed something or not. So I take it, Jackson, you're going to Null in the fall, right? Your mama's house. Jackson, is that where you are in Maryland? Where does Colin live? Because you're over his place all the time. You actually drive from Maryland to where is he, in Virginia, or where's Colin do his show from? How long does it take you to drive there? God, I can't believe Raptor Cam is staying live tonight. All night, staying live. So, what are we looking at on this? I'm going to close this stuff. It's just going to slow me down. All right, let me close that window. West Virginia. You can drive from Maryland to West Virginia in 20 minutes? Really? Damn. Would you want to sleep with that goofy bastard? Who's the goofy bastard, Roy? We talking about John Force or Air Marshal? Or me? Hang on one second. I'm gonna do something with this camera. It keeps blinking at me. Driving me nuts. I don't know why it's doing this, but so you know, I'm right here. It's I'm just gonna unplug this and plug it back in. Let's see if it'll charge. So that's all I want it to do, is charge the battery. There we go. Now it's charging. Okay. This is the camera that I use when I'm recording. I put this on my head, or it's on a tripod here when I'm doing my recorded shows, not my live shows. All right, Jeff, good night. Have a good night. So, wow. So you can go north or south in 20 minutes and be in a different state. Wow, that's crazy. That's just absolutely crazy. So, yeah, well. All right, guys, so what else you got going on? Anybody got new airplanes they want to talk about? Anybody want to talk about anything different than I'm got here? I'm going to sand on my, just because I'm, want to finish this. Come on, guys. Nobody's talking in the chat. You got any questions? You want me to bring a different airplane out? I do take requests. No, that's almost perfect. For you guys that got here late and don't know what I'm doing, this is a Polar Cup, you know, from Circle K. I'm making a engine cowl out of it. You cut the bottom out of it right to that roll where the step is, and then you cut the back to whatever size you need, and you have an engine cowl. If you're scratch building a flight test plane, for instance, and you need an engine cowl, well, there you go. It's that simple. You know, I'm just smoothing out. Because if you get it right on the roll, it works perfect. You know, you get the roll, and you sand this down till you're right on the edge of the roll. And, you know, it rolls down into where the spinner's going to connect up to it, and it works out beautiful. So you've got yourself an engine cowl for free, basically. Yeah, Jackson, definitely go fly that 15. You're going to love that thing. That thing is I mean, I just cannot believe. I would have never guessed that how much fun that plane is to fly and how long it'll fly. I just would have never believed it. If I hadn't seen it myself firsthand, I wouldn't have bought it. But after flying it, I had to have it. And then since I got in on the battery deal, it was a screaming deal. You know, I got a free battery. You know, I got the plane a free battery, and I got a discount on the plane because I had points from Horizon. So I did really good on the plane. I'm very happy with it. Love that airplane. That's my new, since it fits in the front seat standing up, that's my new in the car all the time airplane. I always have it in the car. I used to put the Bearcat in the front seat. But it was, you know, the way I had to put it in was on the wings, you know, and the motor would be poking me in the ribs, you know, the spinner. And you know, it's okay. I mean, I don't mind. You know, if that's a sacrifice I have to make to bring that to the field, I don't care. That's fine. But the 1500, the EC 1500, I can stand the fuselage nose. I got a pillow on the floor, and I put the nose in the pillow, and just the fuselage comes straight up with the tail up on the headrest of the passenger seat, and the wings are off, and I just stick the wings standing on end behind it against the seat. So the whole plane fits in the front seat, simple, and nothing's poking me in the ribs anymore. So yeah, I love putting that plane in the car. The only drawback I have on that plane at all, and I'm hoping after I've got the wings on and off enough times it'll loosen up. It's very hard to get the wings on and off. You know, you push them in to get those two pins down in the thumb screws, and man, it's hard to get them in and out. I mean, you got to really push and pull, and I'm not a fan of that. So who's got the SW28 on sale for $122, Paul? Where are you buying that at? It's almost midnight again. Wow. What's the temperature out here? Let's check that while we're... And the current temperature is, Sunny Ray says, wow, it's still 60. Wow. I would have thought by now it would have gone down. I'm not cold. I just was curious. Yeah, it really hasn't cooled off tonight. I'm kind of surprised. I really thought it was going to cool off more than that. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. Uh-oh. Did I just do what I think I did? Oh, shit. Great. I don't know if I'm still on or not, guys. I shut down my stream somehow accidentally. So I might still be broadcasting, but I can't see the chat. So let me get back to that. Hopefully it didn't go down. I accidentally closed the wrong window, if you're still watching me. So I lost the feed. I don't know if we're still live or not. Maybe it's smart enough to keep it going or not. I don't know. We'll find out here in a second. So I've reopened this. Am I back? Is it working? Well, it was only a test, guys. This was only a test. Shit. I don't know if we're working or not. We'll find out here in a second. I don't. Oh my god! It says excellent connection, so maybe we're all right. Maybe it's still working. I don't know. So I'm back. Let me see what I missed. That's hilarious. So everybody went to the bathroom at the same time. So I didn't... So here's what I did, guys. This is hilarious. I never left. That's fantastic. So I accidentally closed my feed, okay? My OBS was still open, but my window from my... oh, God. I'm drawing a blank here. My Chrome window. I had the Chrome browser open, and I opened a second window to look for the glider. So, in the flipping back and forth, I accidentally closed the wrong window. So I shut down my stream window in Chrome. So the OBS was still streaming live while I closed the window. So normally I have to connect through the Chrome. You know, I have to connect the OBS to Chrome to broadcast. So when I closed the window accidentally, I thought I would have lost the stream. Apparently I didn't lose the stream. We're been live the whole time. And now I got the window back up and everything's fine, and I can see everybody's comments like I never left. So I actually shut it down. I didn't shut the stream off. I closed the window and it's kept streaming anyway. So that's hilarious. I had no idea that would work. So there was only a test. Because I was wondering, I thought that was an FMS plane, and it is, but I don't think Horizon sells it anymore. Because I did a search on Horizon, all I got were the parts, not the plane. So let me try something here. See if I can do it without closing the stream again. That was hilarious. I don't know what this is. That's a weird... Let's back up. So, let's try this. I keep having trouble getting to FMS's website directly. It keeps taking me to the stupid phone app. And you can't navigate the screen on a computer if you're on the phone app screen. It's impossible to navigate. And for some reason, I don't know why, my one computer keeps defaulting to the phone app. And so I can't do anything on that one. I can't look at anything. I can't... Okay, so I'm on FMS's website right now. I'm going to try to bookmark it out here, so I can get to it easier in the future. It worked, so let's add a shortcut. Okay, so we'll do that. So now I have a saved window. All right, so let's look for that glider. All planes, new airplanes, warbirds, jets, beginner trainer, and it goes off the page. So let's take a look. Have we got it? That's only a 1500 C. Let's see here. Oh, just so you know, and I don't know if it's a typo or not, but if you go to FMS directly, you can buy the 1700 millimeter cub, the carbon Z cub, or the carbon cub, for $229. But it doesn't come with the floats if you buy it. From what I'm reading, it says that the floats are not included. So Horizon's doing it for $249 with the floats. So for $20, I mean, you got to get the floats. I mean, that's my feeling on it. Is why not get the float version for $20 more? But I don't know, this looks like it's been updated. So let me see if it still says without floats for the $229 price, where you can buy it from FMS directly cheaper than you can buy it from Horizon. Yeah, this is totally new. They re-updated this big time. Alright, well, alright, so what's in the box? What is in the box? Still says optional floats on that, so I'm guessing that they're still selling it for $229 without floats, or you can get it for $249 with from Horizon. I guess there's, although they don't show a version here. Without or with floats, so I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. Choose your option. Here we go. Okay, yeah, same thing. It's $249 if you want the floats. $20 more. Yeah, so it's the same price. You can buy it without the floats if you want to save $20. And I don't know what connector it says. When you buy the float version, it comes with an XD60 plug, it says. I don't know what the difference is there. But yeah, it's $229 without floats, $249 with floats. Right from FMS. So that's interesting. Michael Raja. Yes, sir. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm on. Yeah, I picked it. It picked it back up. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, all right. Thanks, man. All right, bye. That was interesting. Yeah, I thought I was on. I'm on. He's just calling me to tell me I'm on. So, did you guys think I wasn't on? Now, who are we talking about now? Oh, that's Chi-Town Hustler. Yeah. God, we're in drag racing tonight for some reason. GB Linden, welcome. Yeah, GB shows on Wednesday nights. Right after, yeah, I'm on till the cows come home. No, there's 18 people in the room and everybody's pretty much chatting, so I'm here until you guys stop talking. You know, whatever time that is. You know, I think last week I had 5 still in the show and nobody was talking. So I said, okay, good night, guys. You guys are all asleep. I'm just going to end it because there's nobody talking. And then somebody spouted up and just started making up things to ask me. I forget who that was. Just to keep the stream live, I guess. So... Randy needs a root beer float. Okay, guys. So how do we get on this drag racing thing? Interesting. Wow. All right, so let me go up here a minute. Okay, Paul, so I just checked at FMS's site. That glider is no longer available. You know some place to get them for $122? No, I didn't clear coat this one, Michael, because it's painted. There's no bare foam on this plane. It's all painted. The white is all white paint, and the rest of it's black paint, and then I think the red is all decals. I don't think there's any painted. Oh no, this is probably paint. Yeah, the red back here is paint. The checker stuff. I don't know if this is paint or a decal. It's probably hydro dipped, honestly. I bet this is hydro dipped. I bet this whole airplane, except I don't know. That could be too. Yeah, this plane just might be hydro dipped. Oh, I think that's a decal. I think the red stripes on the wing are decals. But I think the rest of it's paint or hydro dipped. I think this red stripe here on here and on the wing is the only thing that's a decal. I think the rest of it's hydro dipped. But yeah, no, I didn't clear coat it. You know, if the plane's painted, you know, that's sealed enough for me to clean. You know, you'll be able to clean it. You know, the only reason I clear coat them is so it's easier to clean it. You know, the dirt doesn't get down in the foam. You know, if it's bare foam, the dirt's gonna get down into the foam, and you're not gonna be able to get it out. And the plane's just gonna get dirty looking. But this is all painted, so I can always wash dirt off the paint. You know, so yeah, I don't. You know, I don't clear coat them all. It just depends. If they've got a lot of decals on it that are going to come off, I'll clear coat those sometimes. I plan on clear coating the P40. Maybe not entirely. Maybe just spray it where the decals are to protect the decals. I might just like fog some clear over that, and if it doesn't look like it's, you know, matte, shiny contrast, I'll just leave it at that, and if it is, then I'll probably paint the whole thing. But that's just because it's got decals that come off. I don't know what they're using, but I mean, if you stick your hand to a spot that has a decal on it for too long, when you pull your hand away, it's going to pull the decal off the plane. That's just the way their decals are on their plane. I don't know what they are, but they could be water slides, but they definitely don't stay on. They're real cheap stuff. You know, and it comes right off. So I'm the only reason I'm going to clear coat that one is to protect it. You know, protect the decals. The paint's fine. I'm not worried about the paint. Duchess Arlene. That's the red tail, Paul, right? Michael, you did Courtney a couple of years ago? Oh my God, you lucky son of a bitch! Yes, Paul, the new job's great. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Yeah, very happy there. As a matter of fact, so here's a little update on the job. My boss is OCD to death, but I love him. He's great. But he is so OCD, I'm not kidding you. So, even his desk, I mean, he's a super clean freak. We've got to clean the whole store every night, mop the floors, do the windows, the window sills, because he comes in the morning and it's like the white glove treatment from the Marines type shit, where they check to see if everything's clean, right? Everything's spit shine. So he's that anal. So it's funny. And he's so anal that even his desk, he has little pen marks on the desk where everything has to be straight, aligned, you know, and in between the little pen marks, you know, the tray for the money. Everything has its little spot, and it's all marked on the desk, and you have to make sure you put it all back. So, yeah, the guy's a nutcase as far as OCD, but they called me into work. I wasn't supposed to work yesterday. I had to Wednesday and Thursday off, and I got a call from work. They wanted me to go work at one of our sister stores, not the store I work in, but one of the ones close by. Needed a closer because somebody called out. So they called me and asked me if I would go close that store. I said, sure. So I went over to this other store, and I closed there last night. And nothing like my store. They're not anal about cleaning everything, and white glove treatment. There's no marks on the desk. You just kind of, straighten it up, but it's fine. And it's just a very different experience. But they have the problems at their store like I had at AutoZone, my old store. They got a bunch of young kids there who don't want to work. They stand around all day on their phones, and they You know, my guy, if you're not working, you're fired. I mean, he's not going to have that. And that's what I love about working at this place is everybody works. It's great. Love it. So he's OCD, but it's well worth it. It's just great to have people that work. And at this store I closed last night, he's got the same problem I had at my old store. None of these kids want to work. They call out all the time. When they're there, they're on their phones the whole time. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're not working. It's just... So I love the store I'm at. And even though my boss is OCD to death, he hired good people. We've got good people at my store. Everybody works. So it's great. So I'm very happy with the new job. Well, actually, Paul, no, it's an FMS plane. They're not selling it under the E-Flight logo, are they? Because I have that plane. It's an E-Flight. It's an FMS plane. Are they now selling that under the E-Flight logo? Because they weren't. I just checked it a few days ago. Well, I checked it the night Ryan introduced the new 1500, and I went and checked. And it was still being sold under the FMS banner for $299. Yeah. Yeah, it's still under the FMS banner for $299. Yeah, Michael, I have them both too. I have the 1450 and the 1700 red tails. So, yeah. I'm kind of bummed that I sold my Furious Frankie, but I think I'm going to get it back. So, yeah, okay. No problem, Paul. You're allowed to be wrong. I just wanted to confirm. Because, listen, I know everybody says that Horizon Hobby bought FMS. I don't believe that's true. I don't think they bought FMS. I think they signed a contract with FMS to be the exclusive importer and distributor of FMS models for the U.S. I think that's what's going on. I don't believe Horizon bought FMS. I could be wrong, and if you guys have got some, stock market blurb or something that says that they did, great. But I don't think... because why would FMS still have their own website up and still sell all these planes direct without going through Horizon Hobby if Horizon Hobby now owns FMS? Why would they keep it open? The FMS site. Because you can go right to FMS and buy these airplanes. You don't have to buy them through Horizon. If you want to go straight to FMS, I got it open right now. I'm on their page. I'm looking at it. You can go right to the FMS page and buy these planes direct from FM. And I bought from them direct. So, I know free shipping and you get gifts. They throw free shit in the box. So I got 2 sets of props on my last order. I bought a 1450, the fighter, which one was it? The Gunfighter paint scheme that's been discontinued for years. I ordered it direct from FMS. And what it was that motion was when they were when they were dumping FMS and getting out of FMS, they had a bunch of Gunfighter parts for sale at like 50% off. So I bought all the parts they had to make a plane, and at a real cheap price. And then I went on FMS's website to see if I could get the rest of the parts, and I could. You can't buy the whole airplane, but you could still buy some of the parts. So they had all the rest of the parts I needed. There were a couple of things I had to kind of... I don't think I got gunfighter wings, but the wings are just silver with a black stripe on them, or the ones I got with a black stripe, and theirs didn't. One of the way or the other, but it was close enough that it wasn't a problem. It was either the wings or the tail section. I had to buy like the Big Beautiful Doll version. It wasn't the Big Beautiful Wing because it's got checkerboards. It wasn't that, but maybe the Pete 2, maybe one of them. So I had to buy a couple of pieces that weren't gunfighter, but close enough. They're going to work just fine. Nobody's going to know the difference. And so I was able to buy the parts from Motion and the parts from FMS to make one complete airplane. So I have a gunfighter, new in the box, a 1450 gunfighter, new in the box, complete. That I got half of the stuff from Motion and half of it from FMS. And when FMS sent me all those parts in the box, they sent me 2 free extra props. You know, the 4 blades, 2 sets of 4-blade props for the plane, free, and a gift. It has a sticker right on it. It says gift, and they threw them in the box. So when you buy from Motion Direct, you usually get a pilot or extra props, or they usually throw a gift of some kind in the box. So, and Ryan talked about that way back in the pilot commander days, that they bought one, and they had a gift in the box. You know, they got a free something. So it's not a new concept. FMS has been doing that forever. So I'm scrolling up to see if Paul answered my question, and I missed it. Where you're getting that glider. So, Paul, if you didn't, well, just answer it again for me, please. Where are you getting that glider from FMS? The ASW 28. Because it's been discontinued. All I can find on both FMS's Site Direct and Horizon of parts, I can't find the whole airplane. And that was a plane I had looked at buying for quite a long time. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's 2300 millimeter. It was a pretty big glider. It was something I wanted for a long time. And apparently I'm too late. It's discontinued. But if you know where I can get one, let me know. Paul, you just got to do the prop mod to it. You don't need to put a new motor in that thing. Just do the prop mod. Put the tie wraps behind the prop blades, and it'll be a whole new airplane. Trust me. It's a very simple mod. Okay? It's very easy to do. It doesn't cost pennies to do. You just take tie wraps, and you cut them to the length of the width of the blade, and you put them on the leading edge of the blade. You take the prop off the hub, you lay it in that little strip in front of the leading edge, and you put the prop back down over it, and you screw it down with the width of a tie wrap, a zip tie, a zip tie, laying in that channel, and it increases the pitch of the prop. It's a whole new airplane. I mean, it's a night and day difference. You won't believe the difference. That's all you need to do to that. You don't need to put a new motor in it. You don't need to put a new prop on it. Just modify the prop, and you'll be happy as can be. Find the link, I'll buy 10. Yeah, I agree, Michael. So, Paul, did you get my... no, I didn't get my monetization yet, GB, and I don't know why. It's still in processing. There's 3 steps to the processing. The first 2 are passed. The third one is in holding, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's, and since you brought that up, let me go check something, because I don't know what's going on, but I have a feeling maybe they sent me an email, and I don't check that email account very often, so maybe they sent me an email and they're waiting for me to respond. I don't know. It doesn't say that. I didn't get a message that said that. They certainly can message me direct on YouTube. They don't have to send it through an email. So I don't know. So I'm going to go check right now, though, and see what's going on. Because, they haven't done it. It's been over a month. It should have gone through by now. So I don't know what's going on. It's still in the processing stage. There's 3 steps. The first 2 both passed. So I don't know what step 3 is. So I'm scrolling back through my emails to see if I missed something from... Actually, let's just do just YouTube only, so I don't have to go through all this other crap. So all these emails just tell me everybody that's subscribed. Every time somebody subscribes, I get an email notification. I don't know why. I mean, obviously I get notified on YouTube directly, but I keep getting all these emails. But I haven't got anything about what we're waiting for on the monetization. So I don't know what the problem is. I still don't have anything. Have I ever had an In-N-Out burger? Yeah, a long time ago. I think I was up in Georgia, maybe. Someplace I had an In-N-Out burger. So he said he got it at Banggood? Okay. All right, I'm going to go to Banggood and look. Yeah, I don't. That's typical for me, GB. No, Yeah, I haven't had the best luck with YouTube. Um, and I started my show. When I started my show, I was already in the pool for monetization. Okay? I've started my show long enough ago that it was before they put all these new rules in effect. And you probably didn't feel the change because you probably already had enough subscribers to just skip right over that. But I didn't. So I got kicked out of the pond. I was able to monetize when I started my show, and then I got kicked out. And I really didn't care because I wasn't monetizing anyway. Um, no, she doesn't bang well. She banged good. GB. So, so anyway, they kicked me out, and then recently I've been trying to get back in, and I'm there. I have enough hours. I have enough subscribers. They're doing their background check, whatever they're doing, and we're just in holding pattern. Right. So yeah, you had over 10,000 at that point, so you didn't feel that at all, and but I did. They kicked me out. So I went from in the pond to out of the pond to now back in the pond, but without any, friends. It's friends with benefits without benefits. I'm in the pond without benefits. I can't do shit. So we're waiting. We're just waiting to see. I don't know what the problem is. Apparently I have too much stuff open at the same time. So let's close that. Let's close that. Let's not close the stream though. Leave that open. And then we'll refresh the mail again. See if I can get... My mail won't come up now. I don't know what happened. I tell you one thing. Listen, I'm using old shit. My laptop's old. My well, I guess it's just the laptop because the Spectrum stuff's all Spectrum, so it is what it is. My cable company, Spectrum. So, but yeah, it just stuff's not moving real fast, and I don't know if it's my upload speed because I'm not paying for the high speed stuff, or if it's literally my laptop that's the problem. I don't know. But I can tell you why I'm streaming. It slows everything way down. I don't have any problem any other time, but when I'm streaming, it's definitely killing my feed. My speed is way down. So wow. So while this email's trying to load, it's just killing my frickin' feed again. The toy channel, why did you have to work harder at it? What were you... I'll be honest, I didn't watch any of your toy stuff. I've watched a bunch of your RC stuff, but what was harder about the toy channel stuff? Yeah, I probably can get the Avios Michael, but it's a lot more expensive, and I'm just not paying that. I mean, once I get monetization and you guys start sending me some money, yeah, I might do that. That might be one of the upgrades I'll use that money for sure. It's just it'll be up to you guys. Do you want me to spend it on that, or do you want me to buy you guys an airplane to review? It's your money, so I'm going to do with it what you tell me to do with it. So yeah, but that's an option. But my show's streamed well for what I got, but I can't go outside the box too far. I got to stay in that box. Yeah, exactly. I had to go from, I had, at the time I think I had 600 subscribers at the time, and I needed 1,000. Because when Wes contacted me a year ago, when he started his channel, and I had already, at that point, I had 800 subscribers. So he was all excited, and he was asking me, what did I do to get the subscribers, and what's your secret and stuff? And I was like, well, no secret. I didn't do any, clickbait or anything. I just, I've been doing it for 5 years, 6 years now, and I, just over 6 years' time, I had subscribers, join my channel. So he was really impressed with that. And then he did a big push, and in a year's time, he's at 2,000 subscribers. So, him and Lori worked hard, to get where they are. They worked very hard. And so now I'm there, and it's in limbo for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, so for some reason, my email won't work. I don't know what the problem is. Let's do it. I'll do it on my phone. I can do it there. Screw it. We'll try that. Yeah. Well, it sounds like I started my show before you then, because it was way more than a month. I was on there, God, almost a year, I think, when they came out with this monetization. I got that email that said, we're changing and blah, 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 and you have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours. And I thought it was 4,000 views. I misread it. But at that point, I didn't give a crap. Oh yeah, there's ways. Brian, I can just ping it to find out what my megabyte rate is. Yeah, I know my upload's slow because it takes me hours to upload a video to YouTube. So I'm not paying for. Well, I've got Roadrunner, okay, which is a high speed, but I think it's only high speed down, not up. I believe is what I'm paying for. Yeah, that's why I got that, GB. I understood. Yeah, like I said, I think my channel was up for about a year before that happened. When they changed the rules. Pretty sure. I know it wasn't right away. My channel had been up for quite a while when I got the message that I had, and I wasn't, because all my first videos I didn't monetize at all. I didn't want to. So I didn't come out here to make money. I just came out here to share my hobby, and so I didn't want you guys to have to, watch a stupid ad, especially through the video. I absolutely never put it on my video. And at one point, on a couple of them that I thought would get a lot of hits, I did put it before the video. There would be a small commercial before the video ran, but not during the video. And I've never made a penny. Even back then, I wasn't obviously screaming enough stuff. Um, Paul, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. You guys, you have no idea. Um, for me personally, for you guys to watch my show when you come on here and stay with me all night like you do, and all the videos you guys watch and all the comments, I read all your comments, and it just makes me feel so good to see the responses I get, because I get very few negative responses, very few, and that just makes me feel really good. I've gotten a few. Of course, we all get, there's always this guy that just responded to me recently. Must be a troll, because he has nothing on his YouTube channel page. He has one subscriber, no content whatsoever, and he tells me he's been doing this for 50 years, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, whatever. That kind of crap doesn't bother me at all, because he's a troll. He's obviously a troll. But someone that knows what they're doing and I get some negative from, sometimes that hurts a little bit. Not to the point that I'm going to do anything different, but yeah. So you have to have a thick skin. I mean, and I do. And hell, to fly out at my flying field, you better have a thick skin, because, man, you'll get... So many people will rid the shit out of you out there. I mean, it's hilarious how bad it is out there. Mostly from the owner. Bo's the worst. The guy that owns the property will just rid the shit out of you about everything. Usually about sex, who you're sleeping with, or, he's always got some comment. There's a girl that lives... So here's a quick story. So the property is... Bo owns all of it, 633 acres. And on the beginning of the ride in to the field, it's a long dirt road, and there's 4 houses on that road that Bo owns. They're all his houses. And he lived in all of them. Well, I don't think... There's one trailer, and I don't think he lived in the trailer. I think somebody hauled it in there to live. But the 3 houses he lived in from his childhood, growing up. And they're small little houses. And now he rents them out. And one of the people he rents to is a fairly attractive girl named Jennifer that comes and hangs out with us all the time, because she doesn't have a life. She has nothing. She works and comes, hangs out at the field all day long and drinks beer. So she's always out there. So the rumor mill is that she's slept with everybody out there. And Bo teases all of us about, who's sleeping with Jennifer tonight, and like I said, he just ribs everybody. And if he's not ribbing you about how you fly an airplane or something, he's ribbing you about sleeping with Jennifer, or I don't know, something, but it's always something going on. So yeah, you got to have a thick skin. So I don't take anything personal, even from, people that are in the know. I just, you guys are entitled to your opinions, and, like Ryan says all the time, listen, if you don't like the content on this page, why are you here? Just change the channel. Go somewhere else, right? So that's the right way to look at it. So why Ryan gets upset, it kind of, I mean, he says it like he doesn't care, but he does care. Obviously he cares, because he gets emotional about it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that either, but I just think, like he said, the people are there that keep leaving him negative feedback. He always has somebody every night that leaves him negative feedback. I don't know why, a dislike. And, why is that person there? Go watch somebody else's show if you don't like his show, right? So, I don't know. That's just... Bake them at 359? Really? What kind of glue are you using, Michael? Oh, you're baking them to get them off. Right. Exactly, Brian. They're trolls. Exactly. Um, so you bake them to get them off, and then what do you do to put them back on? Yeah, Ryan, you're right. Yeah, like the guy that left me comments on one of my videos was he was being he was a big asshole. I just deleted him. You know, I wasn't even going to respond to it. It's not worth responding to. I just deleted him. I'm not going to give the guy the satisfaction of getting like he's getting under my skin by replying to him. It's not. He doesn't deserve a reply. So I just deleted him. Yeah, there's a lot of RC car stuff has glued on tires, and a buddy of mine's got, I think it's a Traxxas, that he was having similar problem with the tires coming off the beads because he's way overpowering it, so the tires are spinning twice as fast as they should, so they're coming off the beads. So he was trying to figure out what he needed to do to keep them on. And he came up with something. I forget what he told me now. So yeah, he did something to get the tires to stay on. He went through, I think, 3 sets of tires that that couldn't come, they wouldn't come off. So they wouldn't come off because they kept coming off the rims. Yeah, he took something like I think it was a 3-cell powered vehicle, and it's running like on 5 cells or something, like way overpowering it, and it's ridiculously fast. And I think he burnt the ESC up, so he bought a bigger ESC so that he could run it faster. And he's just all about speed. I mean, seriously, all about speed. And then the next problem was the tires wouldn't stay on the rims, so he had to do something to do that. And I was just laughing at him. I was just like, dude, it's not meant to go that fast. Slow it down. No. I'm going to make it work. And I'm like, okay. So anyway, it was funny. It just cracked me up how crazy he got into the truck stuff when he figured it out. I don't know what made him buy his first truck, but he was flying helicopters when I met him. He had bought the bunch of little helicopter things, and then he started running the. We had talked about the cars. I told him I have a bunch of RC car stuff, and then he bought a truck. I don't remember which one he bought. I know it was a Traxxas, and then it just went from there. Yeah, I saw that, Brian. Somebody had put, he turned the tire inside out and then put tape on the inside bead of the tire, and then turned it back out and mounted it for the same reason, to keep it from ballooning. Is that what you did? I remember seeing that now that you mentioned that. Oh, Cub Crazy, you are crazy. Holy crap. 10 packages a week? Oh my god. That's just crazy. So, GB, did you contact FedEx about the package to find out where it is? Which truck did you buy, Michael? I'm just curious. I hear my heat kicking on and off in the house. I'm just curious if the temperature came down some more or not. It's weird. Got like no signal in here for some reason. Check your, later tonight, GB, check your FedEx website again and see if they update it. Because they did that to me once where they said the package was delivered and it wasn't. And I checked the feed later that night and they re-updated the page that it was going to be delivered the next day. So I don't know what happened, but it said they had delivered it and then they hadn't, and then they so obviously it was still on the truck when they got back to the center, and they took it back off the truck and put it back in the system. So it updated that night and told me that it was going to be delivered tomorrow. So that's only happened once. Yeah, it still says it's 60. I'm kind of surprised. I really think it's colder than that. It's supposed to go down to 50. I don't know. I can hear the heat running though, so I'm just curious. How long ago did you buy that, Paul, for 122 bucks? Was that recently? Yeah, GB. I know how frustrating when you're excited about whatever's coming and they tell you it's delivered and you go outside or you get home from work and it ain't there and yeah, I know, been there. It drives me nuts too. $102 a month ago. Okay, well, I'm on there. I'm on Banggood right now. I'm gonna look and see if it's there. Loading, please wait. It says 109 to 139 bucks. Okay, so this is not the FMS. This is the Volantex 2540. It's bigger than the FMS one. No shit. Wow. God, I might just have to buy this, Paul. That was a good tip. Thank you. Holy crap. Let that load. I'm going to come back here and read this. That's awesome. That looks great. It's bigger than the FMS one. Yeah, exactly, GB. I get you. You know, if you're marking it delivered and it's not delivered, what the hell? I mean, you know. And listen, my one FedEx driver got in a lot of trouble recently. She showed up with a bunch of packages one day. I had 3 packages coming from Horizon, and their website said I was going to get one on Thursday, one on Friday, and one on Saturday. They were all ordered at the same time, but they were coming from different locations. So Thursday didn't show up, and it changed that afternoon to next day. So the Thursday one was coming Friday. The Saturday one still said it was coming Saturday. So it's going to get 2 on Friday, 1 on Saturday. Well, she shows up Friday afternoon. I was home with all 3 packages. So the Saturday one came early. The Thursday one was late. They all come on Friday. I got all 3 packages at the same time, but she doesn't have me sign for them because she says her machine thing broke. So there was nothing. It doesn't work. She says, so I can't have you sign for it. But here they are. So I said, okay, thank you, no problem. So about a month later, I get a call from FedEx asking me if I got those packages. And I told him, yeah, I got them. She was very nice. They all came on the same day, Friday. And but she didn't have me sign because she said her thing was broke. And he proceeded to tell me angrily that, well, she's got papers in the vehicle to have you sign a regular piece of paper saying you got it, that she delivered the parts, that you received them, the packages. And I said, oh, okay, well, but I got them, and she, very pleasant girl, but I think she got fired because she's not on the route anymore. I got somebody else now. So I think she got fired over that. I don't know what the circumstances were. Maybe they were working her too hard, and she wasn't ready for that. I don't know. But so just so you know, though, GB, we've all had those kind of issues, and I've definitely had several times where they said the package was delivered and it wasn't. Once from FedEx, I think just once from FedEx, a couple times from UPS. UPS, though, found it immediately. I mean, they when I called them and said, hey, where's my package? It's not here. They were able to GPS it instantly and find out where, because literally that thing you sign is hooked to the, and it was delivered to the house next door. I'll have them get it and bring it back to you. And they did. I mean, it was in 20 minutes. The driver went back to the house he delivered it to, grabbed it, and brought it to me. So, yeah, it was, but it's aggravating. I get it. All right, Paul. $109.90 right now. That glider's on sale for right now at Banggood. So that's pretty cool. I might just pull the trigger on that. How's the quality of it? Do you like it? Is it good quality? Good deal, GB. Yeah, I think you'll get that handled for sure since you got the boss's phone number. That's cool. Oh, see, that's funny, GB, because my United States post office sucks. My post office absolutely sucks. They never deliver anything on time. The shit comes busted, crushed. Unbelievable. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. I had to return a drone I bought to China. I set it out with insurance. It was lost for 4 months. I put $350 insurance on it. It was lost for 4 months. I got it back, crushed. You know, one of the legs was broken and sticking out of the box, right? You know, and it was in the original box that it came in. So it wasn't like it wasn't packed correctly, but that's what they were claiming. So they weren't gonna. They didn't want to, honor the claim because they said I didn't box it correctly. I said it's in the original box. What do you mean I didn't box it correctly? If it's not boxed correctly, talk to the manufacturer because it's the box that they sent it in, and it made it here just fine. You know, the first time. So for 2 years, I fought with the post office on that claim, and finally, they sent me $220 on my $350 claim. They sent me $220, and that's what they do. They just argue with you for 2 years to wear you down until you'll accept whatever they send you. So yeah, I won't use the post office for anything anymore. The only thing I get from the post office now is junk mail. Because anything I have shipped, it's shipped UPS or FedEx. I refuse to use the post office. And I won't send anything out with the post office. So yeah, the only thing I get are flyers, ads, you know. And then lately, I don't know if it's my route person or what, but I'll go all week with no mail. And then on Sunday, I get a mailbox full of mail. So it's like he's doing 2 jobs and does the post office job. Goes to the post office every morning, picks up his load of mail, takes it home, and then goes to his regular job. And then on the weekends, he delivers all the mail that he collected all week on Sunday. So, I don't know. It's just crazy. It's happened, hundreds of times so far since I've been here. I've been here 6 years. And at least 100 times, that's how my mail's delivered on Sunday. And it fills the mailbox. So right, Horizon. I think their cutoff is 350 at Horizon Hobby. If it's above 350, you have to sign for it. So yeah, it's just wherever it's just your post office is perfect and your FedEx sucks. It's just the opposite here. My FedEx is fantastic and my post office sucks. So yeah, it's just where you live. It's different everywhere. But my 2 UPS and FedEx are almost flawless here. I absolutely get everything in good shape. I don't have issues. It's the post office I have issues with. They can't do anything right here. My post office actually absolutely sucks. What's a V2? The glider? I think it is. Hang on a second. Let me let the page reload. Yeah, V2. Yeah. Yeah. Volantex ASW28 V2 sloping 2540 millimeter wingspan EPO RC sailplane glider plug and play 109.90, and then they want $16 shipping. Yeah, $16.60 standard shipping. So how long did it take to ship, Paul? How long did it take him to get it to you? What's not in the box? The canopies or the airplane? Yeah. Had the wrong address on it, but it came the next day. So how'd they figure it out the next day? Yeah, I know. They got stupid excuses sometimes for sure. Yeah, let's talk about women. Okay, Michael. I thought there's always a way to get away from women. Well, yeah, but we can still talk about them. We're the dancing midgets when you need them. Oh, God. Oh, that's hilarious. What am I shipping FedEx dancing girls out FedEx? Is Yeah, I can tell. Cub crazy, yeah. Yeah, Paul really loves his ASW 28. I gotta tell you, that price, I don't blame him. Dan, that's a good price. So yeah, I guess I'll be ordering that tonight. I can't believe it. Look at this. Holy crap. Rafter Cam is still live. That's awesome. It stayed live all night tonight. That's fantastic. That never happens. I think it's happened once before. But yeah, tonight it stayed live all night. Yeah, Ethan told me that you are a glider guy. Because I asked him if you had a real Cub, and he told me you used to fly gliders. But you don't have a real Cub, right? What goes on with the canopies, Paul? Do you have to take the canopy off to plug your battery in? Is that what the and they can't take any extra tweaking or anything? Is that what you're telling me here? What about the folding prop? Have you had any problems with the prop? Should I order a spare prop? I gotcha. Well, that's good to know. Well, you almost had it on the nail there, Michael. That was close. So how did you know? That's funny. Yeah, so there's a small airport here next to our flying field. Not right next, but close. And there's a big glider club there. And they, I think they have 4 club planes that they take people for rides in, to support the club. I want to say it. I think it's $100 to go for a 20-minute ride. I think something like that. And one of the guys that flies at the model club is a pilot, a glider pilot at that field, and no one at the field will go flying with him because he can't. He's been flying radio control for years, and he's no good at it at all. And then one day I was flying my glider at the field, and he says, "I don't understand." And I said, "What don't you understand?" He said, "Well, there's clouds." He said, and he gives me the whole speech about, the sun heats the ground heat rises. There's no sun. How are you soaring? And I'm thinking to myself, if I have to explain this to you, Ron, and you have no business taking anybody for a ride in a glider. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, Jesus. So nobody will fly with him. And he keeps trying. He wants a free flight is what he wants. He says, I can get you in as a friend, and we only have to pay the tow plane the $40. So we can go fly with him for $40. So he can fly for free, and all we pay is for the tow plane. He still can't get anybody to go fly with him. I know I'm not going to go fly with him. Guy's an idiot. GB, are you watching us on your phone? Brian's going to take a shower and come back. All right, Brian. We've been talking about dirty strippers. He's got to go get a shower. Really? No kidding. See, I always watch YouTube on a 75-inch screen. I like shows big. I watch your show, everybody's show, on a 75-inch television. I almost never watched it on the phone. One night, I was working late at the new job, and a couple of nights, actually. I watched your show one night from my phone while I was at work, and I watched Bledsoe's Tuesday night show once on my phone. Not the whole show, just a few minutes of it. I was checking in from work. Yeah, GB heard that. Now his app's working fine now. We're talking about strippers. All of a sudden, the app's working. It just cleared up. I can't believe it. Oh, God. I don't know, GB. How tall do you want him to be? Oh, yeah, that's right. Last week you took us with you. We all got in the shower together. We didn't even know it. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Oh, that's hilarious. We all got raped last week in the shower. Hey, flying times. It's good to see you. How you feeling tonight, Tim? All right? That's hilarious. Brian's about to take us to the shower, in case you were wondering. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, you like them short and hot. Okay. That's hilarious. Oh my God, that's hilarious. That's good to hear, Tim. You're dyeing your hair now? Oh, yeah? Really? Going blonde, are you? Oh, God. Oh, God. Hey, Michael, what kind of glass did they manufacture there? Are we talking like window panes, blown glass type glass? What kind of glass did they make there? Oh, no kidding. They made the lenses for the Hubble telescope. The first ones that didn't work, second ones. What did they have to do to fix the telescope? Wasn't it just they had to change a mirror or something? Isn't that what they did? I forget. It was they had a good fix. It was something to make it focus better. Oh, no kidding. So in the museum, you can go watch them blow glass? No kidding. Yeah, I don't think any factories do it. There's, you can go to flea markets and shows all the time and see guys blow glass. It's really cool to watch. But yeah, I'm sure no factories doing it anymore. I would doubt. Not here anyway. Probably overseas. All the employees are mentioned. Where you been all this time, Dave? You've been gone for quite a while. Where did you go? Was there a football game on you were watching? What? Yeah, Paul, I'm a leg man myself. I definitely like legs. Not a boob guy. I'm a leg guy, leg and butt guy. Oh, did you get your Mustang Cub Crazy? Yeah, that's cool. You were hand tossing some planes. Is that what they call it these days? A free wing Venom. What the hell is the Venom? HP Avanti. HP. I don't know what the HP Avanti is, Michael. Oh no, GB's taking a shower. High performance. Okay. Who makes a high performance Avanti? What are we talking about here? Oh, are you talking about the new? What is? Okay, now I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the one from Horizon that they put a bigger motor in it. It's still 6S though, right? It's just a bigger motor. Probably a different fan. It's supposed to be faster. Okay, so it's a twin. That's a twin boom airplane then, right? Oh, I know what I did last time to close this chat. I know what I did to screw up. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Right. Yeah, I figured it out after I remember I had forgotten. I'd read that when I was skimming through Motion Site. I saw that they had new high performance versions of the Avanti, and I just remembered that after I sitting there going HP. And I'm trying to think HP is a brand name or something instead of just high performance. I'm thinking like the printers HP. You know what company is HP? Yeah, and I finally figured it out. A little slow on the uptake, that's all. Just like my feed. I don't know which one of us is slower, me or the feed, but we're both on the slow side here. So yeah, I don't know that I've seen this Venom. I'm looking at it right now though. I'm going there right now to see it because I don't think I've seen it. I don't remember seeing it. If it looks like a vampire, it's got to be a twin boom type thing, I think. If I'm thinking right. So let's go take a look. Yeah, that's really slowing the load down. Holy crap. I am not seeing the vampire. Or the Venom. Hmm. Very interesting. Yeah, well, I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay. Wow, you ordered that thing, really? That's a definite... Yeah, it looks just like a vampire. Wow. Interesting. Well, that's a very different jet. So which color scheme did you get, Michael? The silver or the red? Oh wow, the chat just went bananas while I was gone. Let me look. What the hell? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Holy crap. So you ordered the silver one? That's cool. Only because it's easier to see in the air, I probably would have ordered the red one. I've bought a couple silver planes now, and boy, they're hard to see in the air. Jesus. I'm too used to flying too far away. And when I do that with a silver airplane, I lose orientation. Too many times. So, yeah, I try not to do that anymore. I see Motion's got some new pictures, too, for their planes, so that's cool. Some of these new pictures look good. So many planes, so little money. It's sad. Oh my God, those 2 hours just flew by. Holy shit. It's almost 2 o'clock. Damn. Yeah, well, I fly mine, especially the jets. Um, yeah, we got 633 acres, so I go out the one side all the way out to the next property over before I make my turn to come back, and I don't have a problem seeing anything but a plain silver airplane. You know, I see the plane, but it's hard to see the orientation because just being silver on a gray sky day, it's hard to see the orientation of the plane. So, yeah, I've had times when I've only because I just fly too far away. If I just keep them right here close on the field, it's no problem. But I fly way out into the other pasture and the over. This is a 40-acre pasture that our main runway is in, and then I fly into the 40-acre patch over here sometimes. So, I'm 60 acres away when I turn around. So yeah, I fly too far away sometimes. No problem. If I'm flying something like my Cessna, it's not a problem. I can see it fine. It's just the silver airplanes. I've run into a little trouble. A little trouble. Ronnie, you're new to the show. This isn't the Ronnie I fly with, is it? Got me some corn chips and some Mountain Dew. Oh my God. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow, Dave? Do the do. Hey, Mark Zeke. How you doing tonight? Did you just get in the room? I didn't notice you earlier. I don't recognize Ronnie. Are you new, Ronnie? All right, Brian's back. Are y'all cleaned up now? Y'all fresh as a daisy? Yeah, I fly them out long and then turn around to get a run back because I get right down on the runway. I mean, inches off the runway. Um, but yeah, if I stayed 600 feet, that'd be easy. I fly way too far away. Everybody says that. They say, you must have some great eyes because I can't even see your airplane. And like I said, I'm way the hell out. And that's, but I usually do that with the jets or if I'm trying to stay away from somebody. Sometimes we get 3D guys that come to the field and they kind of hog the runway. So in those situations, I just stay away from them. So I'll go fly out in over the other field, way out, just to stay away from them. But yeah, I'm flying way more than 600 feet away. So that's when like I said, I've lost orientation with just the silver planes a couple of times. Nothing else. If it's red, you know, blue, no problem. I could see that stuff easy. It's the silver ones that on a cloudy day especially. They just kind of blend in with the clouds, and it's like, okay. I was in a left bank. I hope I still am. So fresh, so clean. All right, Paul. Have a good night. Thanks for the tip on the glider. I'm gonna go get one of those. Thank you, Ronnie. Have you been here all night? Yeah, we saw the video. Yeah, he called me. We talked about his plane in the tree. I told him what to do to get the battery pack to come back because he was in the tree for 2 days, and the battery was dead. But we got it back, so. Well, that field they're flying in back there. How big is that field? Because he's way up over the trees. And I don't know why. I mean, but I can't tell from the video how big that field is. He says it's too small to fly in. So I don't know. I don't know what, you know. Well, you watched the video from the camera, right? Because he put it up on YouTube. I don't know. It just kind of looked to me like he lost orientation. Because he was able to throttle it down before he hit the tree. So it was still working. You know, just before he crashes into the trees, you hear the motor throttle back. So, you know. Okay, it's triangle shape, so it's narrow at one end, wider at the other. That's the shape of my property. So, thousand feet by 600 feet. God, that's got to be what, 4 acres? Dave, are you sure you're drinking just Mountain Dew? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, I gotta get off this chair for a minute. Ouch. Oh. I need a chair with more padding. Yeah, my property is the same shape. It's a triangle. It's 3 acres. A little smaller than yours, but it's a triangle shape, just like you're talking about. So at the one end, it's almost 1,000 feet long, and but it's about 400 feet wide at the big end. So it's narrower, a little narrower than yours. But I don't do much flying here. I have a quad course set up. I can quad race on the property, and can fly some small stuff, but nothing big. Too many trees on the property. I'm still cutting trees down. Eventually, I'll make it big enough. You know, I get rid of enough trees, I'll be able to fly anything here. But right now, I'm just flying small stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Dave likes them big. 600 feet or best. Well, if you're drinking Mountain Dew, you ain't going to bed. That'll keep you up for a while. All right, Michael. Good night. Have a good night. Triangle like a bush. Oh, God. Oh, I got you. So that's his mom's triangle field. Gotcha. Gee, thanks, GB. That's good to know. I'm sure glad you were washing the boys. Oh, God. Really? Mountain Dew, the caffeine in Mountain Dew doesn't keep you awake, huh? Wow. Yeah, Ronnie, it is a Sea Fury. Good eye. It definitely is a Sea Fury. Oh, my God. Tim, are you talking about my plane, Rare? Yeah, Rare Bear. That's cute. I like it. No, it's not a Rare Bear. This is the Riff Raff. Close. It's um what kind of plane was Rare Bear? Is that a Sea Fury? Rare Bear? God, I don't remember now. That's good to know, crazy. So you're familiar with this one, I assume, then? A Bearcat. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was a Sea Fury. Um, I couldn't. I remember the color scheme on it. It's had several color schemes, but yeah, I remember the plane. I'm thinking, what the hell kind of plane was that? Um, yeah, I didn't think it was a Sea Fury. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Rare bear, bearcat. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Ha 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 ha. A hoarder. Yeah, I had two of them. I sold one of them, but yeah, I kept this one. It's pretty. Not the greatest flyer. Not bad, but not the greatest. But this one needs a back. Yeah, it's the only way I fly it. It's a pig on 4S. I got it in the air, but it was it was a struggle. It's a 6S bird. Um, they flying on 4S was tough. Obviously a 5S would have been better for it, but it's a 6S plane, so it flies good on a 6S. I just would have thought it since you had one. I assumed it would have been faster. Being a 1200 millimeter plane with a 6S battery, you would think it would have been faster. So this is not by any means the fastest plane I have. So I was kind of surprised. Oh yeah, they raced a lot of Sea Furies. I just didn't think the Rare Bear was one. There's a lot of Sea Furies that race. Um, One of them was retired recently, last year or two. It used to be called Critical Mass, and they turned it back into just a plain warbird. They converted it back to original. Last time I saw it, they hadn't painted it yet. It was just silver, you know, but it was back to the full wing length, and it's a double canopy. It was a trainer version. Um, I think the tail was re-lengthened. I think they had the tail shortened when they were racing it. But yeah, the owner of Critical Mass decided to put it back to just a plain uh, stock Sea Fury. They weren't going to race it anymore. Oh, I'll bet that woke it up. Yeah, putting that 650 kV in a two-bladed prop. Yeah. Yeah, I've never had three of any one airplane. Well, all at the same time, anyway. I have several twosies, but nothing bigger than twosies. Yeah, two's enough of anything, I think. Oh crap! I forgot about that plane. Where do you buy the Yak 11 at? Is this a 3D plane? Oh god, I guess Chinese New Year started, so we're not going to see nothing for a long time. Shit. God, I hate that. Oh, that one. Wow. That's a good looking bird. So how'd you find that Yak 11? Were you specifically looking for it, or were you just on Banggood poking around? Thank you, Mark. I clicked the link. Yeah, I'm looking at the yak on Banggood. See, that looks good. That's a nice shot. Cute dog. Yeah, see the 1450 and the 1500. There you are, right there. You know, you can't tell they're different in size. They look the same size. Hell, the yak almost looks bigger, at least in the fuselage area, because of how that radial engine. But yeah, you know, yeah. If I didn't have 9 Mustangs already, it's still too expensive. But I love the color scheme on the Mustang. That one looks different. There's less yellow on the nose. Did you change that? Because the one that Ryan had in his show's got way more yellow on the nose. No, I wouldn't get it from Banggood. I stopped buying from Banggood a long time ago, although I might buy that glider. But yeah, I have a history with Banggood, so and it's not a pleasant one. So I haven't bought from Banggood in years. I buy from another company called Gear Best. Much better people to work with. Much better quality product, better service. That's cool. Yeah, I've been on AliExpress before. I know that place. I haven't bought anything from there, but I've been on there looking. It's a pretty airplane. I'll give you that. I like that. That's a good looking bird. Did you just change the yellow, or what else did you do to it when you repainted it? I'm on Taft Hobby's website to see what else they have. Because I have a few birds from Taft. I was just curious what else, because I hadn't seen that yak, so I wanted to see what else they were working on. I don't know that. Let's go to prop planes and see what we get. I don't think you can buy from this website, though. And that's funny, they don't show the yak on here. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. Their DO-27 still on here, which I have that plane. That's a good flyer. Nice airplane. I like Taft Hobbies. They make good stuff. Yeah, I've been very happy with the quality of their stuff. So that yak looks really good, but it's funny it's not on their website. Thought something was crawling in my shirt here. Felt like it. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, you can't buy anything from their website. Ruh-roh. Did my stream... No, I haven't dropped any packets or anything. What's going on? Yeah, of course we're still chatting. None of these guys want to go to bed. I can't help it. I hate to throw these guys out, but yeah, we're just gonna keep chatting. Cub Crazy keeps sending us links to cool pictures, so. And no midget strippers, just airplanes. Oh, yeah, so here's the AliExpress link. There you go. Yeah, I never ordered anything from them. Oh, you can get the kit version or the plug-and-play version. And now it's down to $235. Wow. And free shipping. Wow, that's a damn good deal. Holy crap. Have you flown it yet? Does it fly good? Holy crap, now I want that one. Damn. Damn you, Cub Crazy. Oh, it's not a Taft airplane? Okay, well, who makes it? Do you know? A Stephenville? Get rid of your date? How do you like the quality of it, though? Is it good? You know, everything looked good, nice and well made. Oh God! Well, these other guys can tell you all about it because they either know it already or have already been told 7 times. Okay, so this is a HobbyKing Avios. It's a Sea Fury, but it's called Riff Raff. It was a plane that HobbyKing had out about 4 years ago. Um, it's a 1200 millimeter wingspan, but it's a 6S airplane. And just had a booty call. That's my guy. So, yeah, my favorite place, HobbyKing. Yeah. So, I just thought I'd bring it out. In case I know some of you guys have known this plane, but most people didn't. And it's just something else in my hangar, so I thought I'd bring it out and show it off. It's a pretty good flyer. It's definitely not my greatest airplane, but it's okay. But it had issues, you know, like everything else I've bought from HobbyKing. There's always something that's got an issue. So, but yeah, it's decent, you know, not bad. I watched a lot of YouTube videos of this airplane, and it had a tendency to break the nose off. People were crashing them and breaking the nose off. I never crashed. I had 2 of these. I sold one of them, but I never had any problem breaking the nose off. As a matter of fact, I'd never crashed either one of them. Now, the guy had sold the one who crashed it. His radio quit, though. I was standing right next to him when it went down. We were at an air show someplace down in Venice. And, you know, he's flying out there, and all of a sudden it stopped flying. I mean, he didn't have, you know, he's doing everything with the sticks, and the plane just straight in. I don't know what happened. He lost it, though. Oh, yeah, long time discontinued. It's HobbyKing. You know, 6 months after they bring anything out, it's over. You can't get parts for it. You can't. Yeah. Yeah, this plane was discontinued at least 4 years ago. Wow. That does sound like a nice airplane. Man. And it looks good. It's got lights on it. I saw at least wingtip lights and a landing light on the left wing. Yeah. So, yeah, it looks great. Yeah, I'm a big Sea Fury fan myself. Um, I've been wanting the. I was gonna get the Flightline one, but it's they raised the price, and I'm not gonna pay that. It doesn't have lights in it. I'm not gonna pay that price for it. So that went out the window. So I'm looking for another one. I'd like to get a big one. I'd like to get like a 1600 millimeter Sea Fury in the military colors. I like the military color one. And HobbyKing used to sell this in the military color, but they wanted too damn much for it. It was too 269. I don't know, something. This was way cheaper. It's the same airplane, same airframe, everything, just painted a different color. And it didn't come with the drop tanks. It's the only thing missing from this that the other one had was the drop tanks. And yeah, I just didn't want to pay that for it, so I bought this one. And then they put this one on sale. Was it Paul? Or one of you guys said you got it for 99 bucks, which I remember that's exactly where I got the second one. That's why I bought the second one, because it was on sale for 99 bucks. And I thought for 99 bucks, it's worth that. You know, even if it is HobbyKing, it's worth 99 bucks. So I bought it. The second one. This is the second one. I sold the first one. I had them both for quite a while. And then one day when I was out the field, and one of the guys says, "Hey, you know, what is that?" And I told him, and he says, "You want to sell it?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll sell it." You know, and I think I sold it to him for 125 bucks. I think. So yeah, so I made 25 bucks and got a brand new plane at the same time. So, but yeah, like I said, it's not the greatest flyer. It's not the worst flyer either. It's not bad. It has a tendency. You got to land it a little hot or it'll tip stall, just like an AT6 Texan. Same thing. They, you know, if you don't keep it flying, it'll stop flying. It's, I think it's a little heavy on the wing loading. The plane's a little heavy for. It's not real heavy, but for a 1200 size wing, it's heavy. If it was a 1450 size wing, it'd be perfect. But the 1200 wingspan's just, you know, it's too heavy for that wing. So if you slow it down, it's going to tip stall. Yeah, the only one I know of that's still right now available is the Flightline one at Motion RC. They have a 1200. Yeah, it's a 1200 millimeter Sea Fury in the military scheme for I think $239. I forget. Let me look. I want to say it's still $239. It was $199 last year. Well, not last year, but December 2018. It was $199, and then sometime early, I think it was early. It was either late 18 or early 19. They had a price increase on everything in the lineup, and I don't want to pay that for it. I think that's too much. So I'm not. Where did the that's multi-engine. Where'd the oh there, Warbirds. Yeah. So yeah, when they did that, I didn't want it. You know, they just overpriced it. It doesn't have lights. You know, and that's a big thing for me. I like lights. I'm a big lights guy. I haven't ruled it out entirely, but there's other planes I think for the money I'd rather have. You know, at $379 for the 1600 millimeter Spitfire, I think is way better. You know. So, yeah, the Bearcat's $239. The 190 is $229. It's only 1120 though. It's not 1200, so it's a little smaller. $229. Okay, yeah, it's yeah, they still have it for $229. 1200 millimeter, so it's the same size as this one. and it's 229 at Motion in the military scheme. I don't know. I'm going to find out. I'm looking right now to see. I think it's a 4S bird. This is a 6S bird. So the wing loading on this one's going to be much better because the battery pack's going to be, for nothing else, the battery pack's going to be smaller. So it's going to be lighter. Yeah, it looks like a 4S. Yeah, it is. So yeah, so theirs is a 4S 1200 millimeter. This is a 6S. And I'll bet theirs is faster because this thing's no rocket ship for sure. It's okay, but it's not as fast as I think a 1200 millimeter with a 6S battery in it should be. It should be a lot faster. And of course, you could always repower it to make it faster. The airframe's obviously aerodynamic enough to go faster, but you know, I don't. Now we're spending stupid money to make it go faster. Right. You know. Yeah. So I'm surprised you bought the Mustang at $500. If you know when you're buying the Yak for 268, you know they're almost, you know, they're very comparable airplanes, and for a big difference in price. Astro crazy. Yeah, I've had my eye on that 1600 Spitfire for a long time. I really want that plane. So, you know, and it's a good price. You know, it's only, what, 379 I think, for a 1600 millimeter. You know, I like that price. I'm pretty happy with that. But this is a great deal at 235 for the Yak. Man, that's a screaming good deal. It's pretty. I mean, goddamn, I like the color on it. It's damn pretty. How does your dog get out of the corner without stepping on the airplanes? I guess that's not a corner over there, is it? It's a walkthrough that you put the dog bed in. I guess that's what I'm guessing that is. That's funny. So tell me why you repainted the Mustang. Yeah, I had the Sky Raider. I had the HSD Sky Raider. Love that airplane. Yeah, but you have to have it. You can't take it with you, but you have to have it to buy planes, and I don't have it. So I ain't saving it to try to take it with me. I just don't have it. You don't happen to have the box that your yak came in, do you? You wouldn't want to take a picture of the box and upload it, would you? Oh, okay. So, are you going to put new? You going to get calligraphics to do some new nose art for it then? Oh, cool. Man, I'm so glad you took a picture of the box. That's awesome. There you go. Wow. Yeah, that's the same company that did my. That's why I wanted to see the box. I think it is. It's very similar. God, it looks like it. Did it come with a receiver in it already? Is it bind and fly? Came with a Spectrum receiver in it? Oh, cool. You make your own graphics too. That's cool. Okay. Now the box looks very similar to the box my Edge 540 and my Corsair came in, and they were bind and fly products from Horizon. But I thought it was Stombock or something like that, but it could have been this Stoffenbiel. how do you say that? It looks very similar. It was a green box, same. It sounds like a German word to me. I don't know, but yeah, that's why I asked, because I thought it might have been a plug and play again, like Horizon did. It's pretty cool though. Did you see anything else on Alley you were looking at? Hmm. Wow. Hmm. That's crazy. Okay, now I gotta check, because now I'm really interested. Wow. Just doing a little browsing on the internet, guys. You guys are turning me on to airplanes now. You're making me spend money I don't have. I just went to AliExpress to check the price on that glider that Banggood's selling for $109. They want $225 for it, and you can get it from Banggood for $109. So now I'm checking Banggood's to see if their price on the Yak changed. So waiting for it to load. It's amazing how the prices vary so much. You know, and if they can make it that cheap, and the prices can vary that much, how much does it really cost them to make? You know. Uh-oh. Got some kind of error message here. It's trying to catch up. There it goes. Okay, the message went away. So I got too many. I opened too many damn windows, so it's fucking it all up. My computer definitely needs an upgrade for sure. I just know if I buy a new one, it's going to come with Windows 10. I don't want Windows 10. Oh, USABanggood.com. Really? We have Banggood in the United States now? Seriously? Wow. That's interesting. Yeah, they have it. How much is it? It's 34% off right now. Well, it's $169.99 for the... I'll bet that's the kit version. I don't know. We'll see here in a second. If it ever finishes loading. Wow. $229 from Banggood. Wow, it still hasn't finished loading. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know Banggood had a U.S. warehouse. Where is it? Yeah, I'm waiting for the page to load. I'll tell you what the shipping is in a second here. It's still loading. But yeah, where's the Banggood warehouse in the U.S.? I didn't know that. Last time I bought from Banggood, they didn't have a U.S. warehouse. So, yeah, I'm surprised to hear that. It's expedited shipping. Okay, hang on. Let's see here. Yeah, it says $239.33 expedited shipping service. 5 to 8 business days. So I wonder what regular shipping is. So I'm put it into my cart. I'm gonna find out. Okay, so let's see what our choices are on shipping. Yeah, you're right. That's the only shipping choice you have, and they want $239.33 to ship it from Banggood. So the price of the plane's a little cheaper, but the shipping's ridiculous. So yeah, you bought it from the right place for sure. That AliExpress got a screaming deal on that thing. Hi, Colin, how you doing? Yeah, we're still here. I can't help it. These guys won't leave me alone. Oh my God. Yeah, there's no regular shipping. It's only express. And they want 235, 239, whatever it was. Yeah, it's nuts. So, yeah. Yeah, AliExpress was definitely the place to get it from, for sure. I wonder why the glider is only, what did I say that was? 16 bucks. So the glider was $16 to ship from Banggood. But this thing, this yak was 239. What the hell? Doesn't make any sense. Wow. That's just nuts. Hmm. Yeah, you definitely don't want to buy the yak from Banggood. That's ridiculous. The shipping on it's ridiculous. Now that the glider, yeah, it's a great deal on the glider, but yeah, yeah, it's cheaper now. It's down to 235, I think it was for the yak. So it's cheaper than you paid for it. I think that's a screaming good deal. Oh, that's too bad. Damn. Let's try that. Oh yeah, it's definitely worth waiting for. You're right. Chinese New Year's right now, so it's probably going to be stalled. But at that price, damn, it's definitely worth waiting for. That's a great price. That's a lot of airplane for 235 bucks. Christ. I can't believe it. Oh, I got you. So the difference is the sales tax? Why are you paying from China? You're paying sales tax? Why the hell are we paying sales tax? Oh, your state charges. Oh, yeah, okay. So I might not have to pay the sales tax. I'm in Florida. So, but that makes sense. Either way, still a great deal. I mean, that's a great deal. Holy crap. That's a lot of airplane for 235, 268, whatever. I mean, that's a damn good deal. I'm on Alley right now just doing a search for RC airplanes to see what comes up. I'm curious now what else they got. Because, you know, that's such a sweet deal, dude. Man, that's a good find. Jesus. Really cool. What's your job, Cub Crazy? What do you do? Is there a filter here? Best match. Here we go. Let's try that. Let's scroll back up. Missed a little bit too much chat. Yeah. Oh, that's right. The Kimberly Clark manufacturing plant. That's right. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, it's hard to keep it straight. There's so many people in here every night that I'm on, and I forget who's what sometimes. But yeah, I remember now. That's right. I didn't realize you had moved there for the job. That's where were you living before? Wow. I found a plant I like on Alley that it would be good. There's a PC, a 1200 millimeter PC9 on here for 112 bucks. I think it's plug and play. Oh, no kidding. That's cool. What'd you do in the Air Force? Okay, so it's $140.99 for the plug-and-play version of this PC9. Not bad looking. It's got a stupid number 53 on it I'd take off, I think, but... Oh, I don't think it has retracts. Oh, it says it has to be a 6-channel. Maybe it does. Hang on a minute. Still reading. Settings. Still from where gear. Nope, it's fixed landing gear. Okay. Yeah, not interested in that. It's a decent looking airplane, but yeah, if it's got fixed landing gear, I don't want it. Yep, you missed them, GB. They were here and gone. Man, you should have stuck around. Darn. Oh, no shit. You were an F-15 mechanic? That's cool. Wow, that's cool. How come your handle on here isn't Mr. F-15 crazy? Where'd the Cub come in, other than it's the tow plane for the gliders? Yeah, Tim woke up, he saw F-15. F-15? Huh? What? F-15? Nice job, Tim. Oh, that's hilarious. How long were you in the Air Force? I didn't chase them off. You did. They heard you were coming back. They all left. Oh, God, I love you guys. I got you. Oh man, that's too bad. You couldn't stick out the extra 5, huh? Oh man, did they force you to retire? Oh yeah, sure, GB. You'll be back. You'll go get yourself another grape juice, and then you'll be back. You can't stay away. All right, Photon. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. It was good to see you. Oh, that's hilarious. I got you. Yeah, that happens sometimes. You did land a good job, though, so that's cool. Oh, there's no way the temperature went up a degree. There's no way. I'm getting cold out here now, and my heat's running its ass off in the house. So there's no way the temperature went up. They're dreaming. Yeah, that's what I thought. 59. Yeah, it's got to be colder than that in here because I'm cold. Yeah, still says 59, but man, it feels colder than that. Hmm. Did you get injured or something? Is that why they forced you out? So Ethan's going to go into the Air Force? That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I hope he does. Man, with today's world and economy, man, I wish I could go in. Oh my god, you missed it by one freaking year. That sucks. Holy crap, does that suck? Wow. Can you go in the reserves to get your last 5? I think you have to stay in longer than 5 because you're only reserves. But is that an option? Yeah. Yeah. If I had known then what I know now, the recruiters that I had were terrible, and Yeah, back in '78, they they didn't tell me shit about retirement. They didn't talk about the money at all. You know, just the job, the adventure. You know, but they didn't talk about the lifetime health benefits, health care, and the pension and all. You know, they didn't tell me any of the other stuff. Just the adventure and crap. And yeah, um, they didn't sell me on the idea at all. And I didn't have anybody to talk to. My dad was in Korea in the army, but he was only in for 4 years and got out. He was, he was drafted. Um, he didn't want to be a military guy. Hmm. Really, for the reserves, they still make you do the physical and everything? Wow. Yeah, I know there wasn't any money, but you know, it would have. Um, I would have had a career. You know, I would have. Um, yeah, my parents were already divorced. My dad wasn't around to tell me anything about, you know, should I go in, should I not go in. You know, I'm sure his experience in Korea wasn't a good one. So, um, yeah, it just wrong timing. But yeah, if I stuck it 20 years, you know, would have got out in '98. Um, I don't know. It's just been jobs are getting hard to find these days, and nobody wants to pay you anything. So it's tough. Well, that's a plus. The ex-wife's not getting anything, so yay. So she's still in, right? Is she still in? So she's got her own pension. She don't need yours. Oh God. Yeah, the recruiters came to my house. They were sitting on my front steps with me. Um, I had an army guy and a navy guy come to the house, um, and I didn't call them. You know, they just showed up. And the army offered me. I wanted to be a pilot. The army offered me helicopter, and I didn't want to do a helicopter. I wish I had now, but at the time I didn't want to do a helicopter, so I didn't. I didn't join. Um, the Navy didn't offer me anything, and I don't even know because I would have been air marshal. I would have done the submarines if I had a choice. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, so my second ex-wife, is living with me again. But that's okay because she's paying for everything. You know, the job I have, I can't support shit. But that was the deal. She wanted to come back, and I told her, if you want to come back, you're paying for everything. And she said, okay. She didn't even hesitate. So my ex is here paying for everything, and I get to play with my airplanes. So it's a win-win. Boy, it must be windy as hell outside, because the branches are brushing the house terrible. It's making all kinds of noise out there. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I would assume they probably would, huh? Yeah. Hmm. Very interesting. Yeah, I don't even know what the kind of money they were paying back in '78. I'm sure it wasn't very much, but um, my buddy retired from the Coast Guard. He was in 26 years, and he makes damn good money. He retired chief warrant officer. I think that's his title, and yeah, he oh, is that right? Well, that was a good thing. Going to the Middle East. What in the hell is rolling around on my roof? Holy shit! Oh my god, it's going to be another 7-hour show. Fly time win. Would Tim win? Yeah, it's calling me out, all right. Yeah, it's holy crap. There's so much noise going on my roof. I don't know what the hell it is. It doesn't sound windy outside, but something is rolling all over my roof. Okay, we're standing by. I'm literally standing by. What do we got here? What's not rolling? Oh, it's hitting my phone. Morning, John. Did you just get up to pee or what? It's furball on the roof. Furball, get off my roof. Thank you, John. Is this the first time you got in here tonight? You weren't in earlier? I thought you were here earlier. Yeah, this is the Riff Raft from HobbyKing. My favorite place to shop. Yeah, it's a 1200 millimeter Sea Fury. Retracts, flaps. It's 6S, which is weird. 1200 airplanes are usually 3S. So why, or 4S, but you know, rarely a 6S. I don't know why in the hell they put a 6S in this thing, but that's what they did. So oh, damn it. Yep, you're busted. Damn it. Ah, there it is. Coffee and let the rugrats out. The rugrats, are you referred to, are those your dogs? Your kids should still be asleep. Ah, there you go. So that's the... Did you just put those decals on while we've been talking? You know, he looks like an FMS pilot in here, but he's too small for any of the FMS planes. They don't, I've never seen a FMS plane with a pilot this little in it. So I don't think it's an, but he does kind of, and he's got the black goggles and the black oxygen mask. I mean, he looks like a German pilot, just like the FMS ones. But he's a lot smaller. A lot smaller. So I don't know. I can't think of anything FMS made small enough to use that pilot. Um, so I'm not sure. Two Beagles, okay. I gotcha. Is there going to be some form of a naked woman on there? You know, in between the American and the Beauty, there's room. Looks like there's room for a girl in there. Is that the plan? Midget stripper, maybe. Boy, the paint you got matches really well. That looks good. You can't tell that you repainted it. Oh, you're talking about the guy in your plane. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, I don't care much for... Yeah, that's a much better looking pilot. So yours came with that stupid black oxygen mask, black goggles, pilot? Was that what was in your plane when you got it? No kidding. Did you paint the whole airplane that color blue? I keep looking at your paint job and I can't tell where the paint's different. So, did you tape all that off and repaint all the blue? That's crazy. Ah, you dog. Huh. Wow, I'll say that it's amazing. I've had paint matching done from Lowe's. Take it in and get a sample, but holy crap! You bought this paint You know, I'm assuming it's in a spray can if it's Rust-Oleum. So, wow, that was an amazing color match. Um, Middle of Florida, Clearwater, Tampa, Clearwater area. Just north of Clearwater, west of Tampa. Um, so it was cold out today, but it was flyable weather. I didn't go flying today, but it was flyable weather. Um, I was having, every once in a while, I don't know if it's allergies or what, but I get these runny nose attacks, and usually the only way I can relieve them is to take some Benadryl, which makes me very sleepy. So I ended up sleeping most of today, um, and I worked till 10:30, well, quarter 11 last night, and and I had some things I wanted to do today, did some airplanes, and I just didn't feel good. I mean, my nose wouldn't stop running until I took the Benadryl, and then when my nose stopped running, I couldn't stay awake. So I slept most of the morning. Got up about, I guess I started moving around 3 or 4, getting some stuff done, little stuff. Didn't get much done today. Yeah, not a big deal. Wow, that's incredible. I just can't get over how good that paint matched. I mean, I've had some great paint matching, but I have to go take it to Lowe's and use the color gun to, take a shot of the paint to match it, and then I get a mix but you're buying can paint off the shelf that matched that good. That's just incredible. Ugh. But I really like that Mustang. I wish the price was better. Yeah, I keep looking at the picture, and I can't tell where you cut the paint off at. I'm assuming you went all the way up to the canopy, but I really can't tell. I mean, it just matches so good. It's crazy. Oh, that's amazing. Every time I have paint mixed, it matches perfect. I mean, every time. It's been amazing. I've been so blown away by how good the match is on the paint I get from them. It just blows my mind. Um, Even that the P40, I had them mix up the brown and the green, and I touched up all the green around the nose where the decals and the cowl mat. When the cowl, I was messing around too much with the cowl unglued, and I kept knocking paint off the nose. And I took the brush, and I just used a foam brush, and I just dabbed a little paint on there. It dried, and not only did the color match, but the paint smoothed out to where you can't even see where my paint starts and theirs stops. I mean, it's gone. It's amazing. It's just gone. So, I figured I was going to have at least like a ridge line, because the paint would be on top of it, and there'd be nothing. It's gone. It just looks like I never touched it up. I just can't believe it. And it's always been that way with the paint I get from them. Every time they match my paint, man, it matches perfect. It's just crazy. No, I use a foam brush to paint. One of those cheap, wooden sticks with a foam rubber pad on it, and I just get some paint on it and I brush it on. It dries and it disappears. It's crazy. It's amazing. I can't believe how well it matches. No brush stroke marks, nothing. The paint, it's thin enough that it smooths out as it's drying, and as the water, it's water-based paint. As the water evaporates out of it, it looks perfect. So yeah, I haven't used the airbrush. I can't find my airbrush. I'm not sure where the hell it's at. I kind of wanted to use it on something. It's going to weather an airplane, and I don't know where the hell it's at. From the move, it's I don't know. I don't know where it is. It's probably. Oh, you know what? I think I do know where it is. Come to think of it, I'm gonna go look tomorrow. I think it's out in the barn. I think I do know where it is. Yeah, when I have the sample paints made, I can get them in either the oil base or water based, and I always go with the water base. I just figured they're gonna, um, with the water evaporating out, it's gonna be lighter, leave less behind. It just it's worked out really well for me. I've had great success with it, so I can't complain. Um, I've touched up a bunch of airplanes. Um, you know, and it's not that I crash them or anything. It's just they get from just handling them. I mean, because all my stuff is, you know, 6-7 years old. You know, 5 years, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I keep everything for a long time, and they just start getting, you know, rash on them. So I, you know, go get some paint mixed and touch them up. And some of them during the build need paint, like the P40, for instance, because I had to glue it together. So there was some paint work there I needed to do. I built that B2 Spirit. The wings had to be sectioned together, and it left a just the way they had done it. It left a white line where it, you know. So I feather filled and sanded it smooth because there shouldn't have been a seam there. And the wings glue together, so the wing panels, I think it was 3 panels, a center section and then 2 outboard panels. And so I glued the outboard panels on, and then feather filled, sanded them smooth, and then painted them. And that paint didn't match, but it was black, so it was easy for me to remix, you know, and get the shade right. So yeah, that's the one time I can remember the paint didn't match, and I don't know that I took a piece of the plane down there to have them match it, or if I just went and bought some black paint off the shelf and got it home and then realized it wasn't the right shade of black and started screwing with it from there to try to get the right shade. I don't know. That was a long time ago. That was at least 5 years ago. I don't remember what the hell I did with that one. What the hell is plugged into that? Oh, my little E-Flite single cell battery charger. I wonder where the hell that went. I haven't flown any of that crap in forever. Oh. So you're finding that 97% of the time you can buy a can of paint off the shelf of Rust-Oleum and it matches. Is that right, really? Well, I'm going to have to look into that. That's crazy. Because, yeah, I would much rather spray paint it when I redo some of the stuff I do than always having to use a paintbrush. The paint was wearing off my 1700 Mustang and the Furious Frankie so bad that I repainted the whole top surfaces, because the top of the wings were green, the bottom were silver, and so I repainted the entire top of the wings in green with a brush, and it came out beautiful. And I just, all the little type stuff that's got, you know, like, I don't know, what does it say, like fuel access here or something, I don't know, but there were little tiny prints, and I just painted around it, and when it dried, it's perfect. It looks like, you know, there's no seam where the paint changes, you know, from my paint to their paint and everything, but it, yeah, just from wear, flying it and handling it in the sun, and the white was starting to show through. It had its own built-in weathering. It looked weathered, and I didn't want it to look that way, so I repainted all the top surfaces with the green. I didn't do anything with the silver. I left the silver alone. Just like on your Mustang, you know, your sides have silver on them, sides of the fuselage and stuff, and the whole bottom of the plane's probably silver, except for the Aviation stripes, obviously. But yeah, same thing. You know, I had. I didn't touch the silver. I just repainted the green. And yeah, it looked great. I had to repaint the gun ports in the front because the dumbass that I bought the plane used. There were two owners before me, and one of the two of them had put the gun ports on upside down because the bottom of them were black because the invasion stripe went through it, and on the top they were green, and they put them on upside down. So the top was black, the bottom was green. I was like, so I had to repaint those to match correctly. I wasn't going to tear them off the wing and re-glue them. I was afraid it would mess up the wing too much. So I just painted them. I didn't unglue them, I just painted them. Vermont Vixen, huh? Well, what kind of nose art did you put on it? I gotta go check what's on my roof. I'll be back in a second here. I gotta go see what the hell's going on out here. Yeah, it's just the wind. God, it's windy out there. Jesus, it blew the tarp off my... I got one of those, I don't know. I guess you could kind of call it a carport. It's you get them at Harbor Freight. That metal frame with a vinyl bungee cord on canvas. It's not canvas, but anyway, it blew it off. It's off one side. It's laying on the other side off. So yeah, it's pretty windy out there. So whatever's on the roof, it almost sounds like a soda can rolling up and down the roof. I don't know. I don't know what the hell it is. Blonde busty chick, huh? Oh, so the Vermont Vixen is actually in the P-38 and the Mustang is Vixen 2. your, your wife's name's not Vicky by any chance, is it? Yeah, which plane are you popping over to grab? Mine? Or his? She is a hot blonde from Vermont, though, huh? Oh, guys. So I'm looking on Eric's AliExpress and got a bunch of airplanes on here cheap. Huh. All right, stop. Huh. How come I can't find the picture of the 747? Interesting. Very interesting. I don't understand this website at all. Oh well. Guess it's not a big deal tonight. Yeah, that's why I never wanted the free wing 810 was too big. You know, the 2 battery packs per flight pretty much did it for me. I just wasn't going to do that. So I have both the FMS 810 and this one, this the LX model 810. I have both. They're both 1500 millimeter single 6-cell planes. And that's fine. You know, yeah. I mean, I'd love to have the free wing one. If I could afford the battery packs for it, I wouldn't mind having it. But yeah, I just can't go there. Yeah, well, um, is it the? No, that's a free wing plane. I know which one you're talking about, the Dynam one. Yeah, it's God, I don't know. I think I just pull the for the Dynam one. I think I just pull the gear off of it and just hand launch it and let it land on the belly. I don't think I'd even bother putting. Um, well, that's what you're talking about. But putting the FMS fans in it? Oh God, I don't know. Would it make that plane so damn light? Would it make any difference? Can't imagine there'd be much difference. I mean, on a heavier plane maybe, but those Dynam planes are so freaking light. Um, I don't know. Be interesting. What was that? Well, yeah, I know. I just, you know, I agree. You know, here's one of them sitting right here. The crappy 5-blade fan right there. So, but yeah, that came out of the Dynam 262. I took this out to put this in. There's a 12-blade new fan right there it's an aluminum housing with a 12-blade fan unit in it. And this is exactly what I put in my 262. I took these stupid things out and put 2 of these 12-bladers in. But you're talking about a 64 millimeter fan unit, aren't you? Really? Is it 11 blade? Something that small? Because that Dynam plane's got to be it's not a 70 millimeter fan, is it? It's a 64, right? It's got to be a 64. It is a 70 millimeter, really, on the Dynam? Shit, I didn't know that. I would have bet money it was a 64 millimeter fan in that. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Wow, that's crazy. I wouldn't have thought they would bother to do that. 11 blade fan and a 64 millimeter fan, but well, that's cool. Well, that might be worth doing. Right. So, yeah, I figured they were 64 millimeters. I didn't know Dynam. Yeah, I got to keep up. um, I'll be honest with you. I have not kept up. I don't own anything with a 64 millimeter fan in it. Nothing. Um, yeah, no, nothing. I don't own anything that small a fan. So yeah, I can't. I don't know a damn thing about those. I had no idea they made an 11 blade 64 millimeter fan. That's crazy. I thought 70 millimeter was as low as they go when they start doing that. I would have assumed everything 64 millimeter was going to have a 5 blade fan in it. I don't know. So yeah. So I don't know. Is that plane worth putting that kind of money into though? I mean, what are 2 fan units from FMS going to cost you? I assume you're going to use their in-runner motors too. So you're talking about turnkey fan units, motor included. Oh, so the F-15 fan units are 15 blade or 11 blade? I mean, yeah. So what's that going to cost? That plane's pretty cheap. I think the last time I saw that A-10, it was like, I don't know, was it like 164 bucks? No kidding. They even make 11 blade 50 millimeter fans. Wow. Yeah, so I don't buy any of that small stuff. I haven't bought anything that small in a long time. Um, oh, I take that back. I do take that back. Yeah, what fan unit is in that? Shit. Yeah, I just bought the F9F from 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 Motion, and it's got a. Let me look real quick. I got it right here. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I have to read and see what it says. Yeah, I bought that $98 toss. You know what Wes refers to as the toss and boss. You know the hand launch F9F, and I'm curious what the fan unit in that is. I didn't even. I mean, I looked in it, but I don't remember what the hell I saw now. I wouldn't swear to it. It was a 5 blade fan. It might have been something else. I wasn't paying attention that close. It's definitely a 64 millimeter fan, but I don't know. I don't know how many blades are on it. I didn't count. I didn't. I don't. I didn't pay that much attention. But I think you might be right. I don't think it's a 5 blade. So, yeah, I got to be more observant. Okay, come on, load. Jesus, I hate it when this thing won't load. Drives me nuts. No, it's only got a 5-blade EDF in it. So my 64 millimeter F9F only has 5-blade. That's interesting because after thinking, I would have bet money it had more than 5 blades in there. It flies good. It sounds good. It's not unlike the other stuff. It's not one of those high-pitched, shrill, screaming things at all. So at least there's that. It flies good. It's easy to handle launch it. It doesn't do anything stupid, and it just flies. So pretty happy with that. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, so you're talking about buying that plane and converting it. You'll have 260 bucks. Can you think about what other planes you could buy for 260 bucks that would probably be more enjoyable than that Dynam A10, because the paintwork, the detail, it's not that good on that plane. That particular A10 is just not that good. The Freewing one is a much better looking airplane. I mean, if you're going to go that crazy, I would at least buy the Freewing twin 64 millimeter A10 and then do something with that, because that's a pretty airplane. They did a nice job on that one. I like that one. I'd still rather buy the bigger one for sure, but if I wanted a small A10, it would be the Freewing one, not the Dynam one. I only looked at the Dynam one because it was dirt cheap. When I was looking at it, I think I found it someplace for like 129 bucks, and I was going to buy it. Yeah, for sure the Dynam would be lighter, and I don't think anybody makes lighter planes than Dynam. Their planes are light. Jesus. They don't put much of anything in those things. So, although the LX model stuff's light too. For sure. That A10's light. I bet this thing probably weighs about 5 pounds versus the FMS, which probably weighs in at 11. That plane's pretty heavy, and they're both the same size. They're both 1500 millimeter. But the FMS plane's much heavier. A J Power 810. Oh, God. I've heard of J Power before, but I didn't know they made an 810. The Freewing 810s is 70 millimeter. Those are 80 millimeter, aren't they? Or you can upgrade. I thought it was 80 upgrade to 90. Is it 90? Is 70 upgrade to 80? I'm pretty sure those were 80s, weren't they? Because that plane's it's a twin. You know, it's twin batteries. I think it's twin 80s, isn't it? No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure I was right. You know, I wasn't confused. Yeah. um, yeah, you know, when they came out with that big beast, I thought, wow, that is so cool. And then they said it takes 2 6-cell packs, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be so broke. I'm going to be battery poor, just trying to put batteries in that damn thing. I thought, oh my God. Yeah, I can't go there. I decided right away I just couldn't do it. So I decided that I was going to do the 810 in the 70 millimeter flavor, and yeah, it was because I didn't want to do the 2 battery packs. I figured it would be hard enough to get. If I had 4 battery packs, I could either fly the FMS plane 4 times in one day or the Freewing one twice. And the idea of hauling that big thing to the field, putting it together, don't get 2 flights out of it, just didn't appeal to me at all. So I decided to go with the smaller one. So I had the LX one first, way before the FMS one. I bought the FMS one used, reconditioned, supposedly checked, bench tested, all good, blah blah blah, from this jackass on eBay, and it wasn't what he said at all. And so I got my money back, and Yeah, I got my money back. I got to keep the plane. He didn't want it back. So yeah, I was pretty pissed off at that. Yeah, yeah, that was a good choice. I would have done the same thing. Yeah, I really like the FMS Tiger Cat. I haven't bought one yet, but I want it. Should have bought it when they first came out with it because it was like 469 or 489, and now it's like 549. So yeah, I should have bought it when I had the chance. So, but yeah, I like that plane. I'd like to have that one. If it's ever on sale, I'll definitely buy it. Just wait for Verizon to do another battery deal where they throw a free 6 cell pack like they did for the Havoc in the FMS A10, and then I'll buy that. Or the Tiger Cat, I mean. Yeah. Yeah, the Tiger Cat with a free battery. Yeah, I'd do that. I would really do that. Oh, did you really? Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm not doing any more of that either. I got screwed royal. I bought I got in on the first order of the Avantis when they came out, and I had the control surfaces tear out of the elevator, crashed it, and I bought a plus kit to replace that, and I had the control board fail in that one, crashed that one. So that's two Avantis down. Both of them were first run. You know, the plus kit was a first run kit. And then after that, of course, they improved everything. They made the control surfaces much bigger, you know, twice the size that they were. So there was more area for the glue, and so they stay on now. And they redid the control board, and they fixed all the problems they had with it. Um, so my third one, I'm still flying. I bought a fuselage, a canopy, and a control board, and took the parts off the two crashed ones to make a third one, and that's what I'm flying now. So I'm still flying the old shitty control surfaces, you know, control horns that aren't big enough to hold to the foam very well. And yeah, so I'm not buying any more first gens any ever again. I'll wait till they get through the first couple of crates of them and make all the improvements, like the Havoc, for instance. Man, I'm glad I didn't buy a first one of that, where the wing was separating from the fuselage and unplugging the controls, and everybody's crashing their Havocs because the wing was pulling off. You know, it wasn't pulling completely off, but it pulled out enough to unplug. You know, it had a built-in plug in it when you put the wing on, and it would pull apart. You'd lose control of the ailerons and the flaps and everything. Oh my God! So I don't have that version of the Havoc, but yeah, I'm done with these early first pre-orders. Not going to do that again. I'll wait till the second, third, fourth crate. By then they'll have it figured out. So no kidding. It had an EC3 cup connection on the motor, and it came loose. Wow, that's crazy. Did it come unsoldered? Ugh. Yeah, that's one thing I like about foam airplanes. Boy, they're easy to fix. Way easier than balsa. Jesus. Way easier. Alright, you crazy nut. I'm going to call it. It's just you and me in here. Nobody else. I'm getting tired now. Just a pin slid out of the connector. Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah. I hate those. The EC3 connector sucks. I hate that connector. Um, if I'm going to use something that size, I want the XT60. I don't want any EC3 connectors. I hate those things. Um, they're too hard to pull apart when you put them together. Yeah, it's just terrible. I hate those things. Yeah, still here, John, but we're leaving now. I'm out. Did you get the dogs back in? The beagles? Yeah, I'm not getting cold, frostbite cold, but I'm getting cold. I'm getting tired. Yeah, I like the XTs. Um, I don't have a problem with the EC5 connector. It's fine. I've soldered plenty of those up and put them together, and I don't have a problem with that connector. It's okay. It comes apart when you want it to come apart. The way the EC3s go together, you can't get them apart. My God, you'll just I've almost torn gashes in the plane trying to yank those damn things apart, and then when you come apart, the wires hit the walls of the plane, and the battery comes out. Oh, geez, I'm just sick of them things. So yeah, I switched a lot. I'm almost all my EC3 stuff. I switched to an XT60, or I bought a adapter that I leave in the plane. Since I have no batteries with EC3 connectors on them, I just put the conversion in there to either Dean's or an XT60, and just leave it in the plane, and I'm done with the EC3s. I can't stand those stupid things. Beagle's back in bed. Oh, you got the XT60s with the built-in spark arrestor, so that's cool. Yeah, all my 6S's are XT60s. Oh, I'm sorry, EC5s. My 6S's are EC5s, and my 4S's are mostly Deans. I think I have a couple XT60s on a four cell packs, but most of them are Deans. I have one with the EC5 connector on it. That's the new one I just got with the EC 1500 twin engine deal. It came with a free battery, one of those smart packs, and it had an EC5 connector on it for some reason. It's only a 4 cell, so I don't know why they put an EC5 on it, but they did. And that's the only pack I have that has an EC5 connection. And since I'd already made adapters for all the rest, I have an adapter converted to what I need. So it's not a big deal. But yeah, that's where I'm at as well. So I do like the XT60s. I haven't had to deal with an XT90, but I guess I don't know. It's easier to get batteries with EC5 connectors on them already than XT90s. So, I don't think I'm going to convert to XT90s. I can't see making that jump. But yeah. Alright, well, you guys have a good night. I'm out. I'm going to call it. We'll see you next week. Well, we'll probably see you tomorrow night. Well, I'm working tomorrow night. Yeah. Yeah, I won't be in anybody's show tomorrow night. I got to work till 10. Don't get home till almost 11. Yeah. So, Ryan's show Saturday night. I'll see you guys there. Yeah, well, you're talking about a Dean's. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But you got to remember, it's not, you're not building a bridge out of it. It's just a wire connection. The wire connection should be fine. You know, you're not going to rip it off of there, even if you were pulling on it. But you're not pulling on it. It's just there for current. So, I did have one come unsoldered in a plane. My 262 unsoldered the Dean's connector. But I think it would have unsoldered any connector. If it had a barrel in there, I think it would have unsoldered that as well. It was hot. Those wires were hot. So yeah, it was a huge load on that setup. I changed that right away. That wasn't going to work for me. After seeing 2 or 3 of them burn up on the internet from the ESC's overheating and unsoldering shit, I was like, okay, that's enough of that. So, alright, well, let me call it. I'll see you guys Saturday night in Ryan's show. Or next week in my show. But we'll see you guys later. Thanks for coming. If you didn't hit the like button, hit it on the way out. And we'll catch you guys later. Alright? See ya. Sooner or later. There it is. Good night.